Hello there.
Einspruchsakku. Das ist ein Steam Deck. Nein. Hallöchen, ihr Lieben. Schönen guten Abend. Abend noch nicht ganz. Entschuldigung. Guten Morgen.
In welcher Zeitzone lebst du denn?
Japan? Ich bin's nicht mehr gewohnt, nachmittags zu streamen. Hi. Wie geht's? Ich hoffe, ihr hattet eine
Hello
schöne
there.
Woche bis hierhin. Hello there. Und, könnt den freien Tag genießen mit uns und Ace Attorney. Woo!
Yay.
Das ist immer
Hey,
Teezeit.
hurra, ich freue mich. Hey, hi.
Ja, ich zwinge sie übrigens dazu, mir hier mitzuspielen. Ne?
Ja, wir wurden gezwungen, ne? Der Schlägertyp, der steht noch vor der Tür. Ihr macht mich heute beim Streamen, sonst geht aufs Maul. Mein Name ist Gerd.
Dahin fließen eure Abgelder hin.
In die Schläger, die uns dazu zwingen, bei den Streams mitzumachen?
Yes! Das nennt sich Recycling.
Wow.
Ja, das nennt sich das Budget für Human Resources.
Auch.
I call HR.
Die sind HR.
Ich möchte mit dem Manager sprechen.
Ich bin der Manager, oh no.
Understandable, have a nice day.
Hallo,
Kannst mich nicht hier
Bissell.
alleine lassen?
Hallo, Graver. Hallo, Chris. Sozialer Zwang, yes. Und nochmal hallo, Ju. Halbe Hähnchen für 15,30 sind bestellt und dafür danach ist ein Ben Jerry's im Gefrierfach und Nektarinenkompott. Habe ich auch gemacht. Wird ein geiler Tag. Was ist los, you what? Gib ab.
Ja, er kommt her und will sofort provozieren, ne?
Ja, Mann. Halbes Hähnchen, Ben Jerry's. Und dann nochmal ein Nektarinenkompott.
Also ich sehe, Ben ist schon da, fehlt nur noch Jerry.
Oh. Hi. Ist es dann Salted Caramel Ben Jerry's oder? Okay, da war es schlecht. Ihr sagt Ben Jerry zu meinem Ben, was?
Jetzt keiner gay. Aber okay.
Pascal möchte auch zu den Schlägern gehören. Ich hole meinen Baseballschläger. Wo muss ich zum Schlagen hinkommen? Kümsten, was war deine Adresse?
Sag ich euch doch nicht.
Live Real hier im Stream. Immer den Geruch nach.
Erstmal doxen. Ich könnte mir auch noch Eis bestellen.
Ja, das ist 172.0.0.1. Da könnt ihr den Festplattenlöscher hinschicken.
Bei dem Geruch nach. Okay, ich bin auf dem Weg. Guck mal, Pascal macht das sogar unbezahlt. Der bezahlt mir Geld, damit er euch schlagen darf.
Jetzt ist nur die Frage, was haben wir davon?
Schmerzen.
Blaue Flecken.
Ist aber kein so schöner Deal. Äquivalenter Tausch, mal was davon gehört?
Heißt ja nicht, dass du dich nicht wehren darfst.
Er nimmt zwar seinen Baseballschläger mit, aber eigentlich ist er mit seinen Witzen bewaffnet.
Ich nehme den Schläger.
Tut weniger weh, ne?
Ja. Dann weiß ich, was auf mich zukommt.
Emotional Damage.
Lässt sich im Krankenhaus so einfach erklären. Oh Gott, er hat einen Hirnschaden. Ja, mit dem Baseballschläger. Ist einfach zu verstehen. Also, er hat einen Hirnschaden. Von was? Schlechten Witzen. Ja, okay, schick den wieder raus.
Oh.
Da können wir nichts mehr machen, schaufelt schon mal ein Loch.
Operation gelungen, Patient tot.
Meine Witze sind super.
Super. Ach,
Aber vorher noch gelacht.
It's coping. It's called coping.
Ha.
Daily Dose of Copium.
Copium, ja. Geht gut los.
Schön. Also starte ich mal das Spiel.
Ich habe übrigens keine Ahnung mehr, wen ich spreche.
Wie die finster aussehen.
Also wenn ich den Monitor jetzt ein bisschen dunkler stelle, spreche ich alle.
Yes! Viel Spaß, stellt euch, geht mal Eis essen.
Ich komme mit.
Oh Gott. I'm the Blue Badger now.
Nein, nicht Sea of Thieves.
Wir können auch Sea of Thieves machen. A Trial on Sea.
Das fehlt eigentlich noch, ne?
Und wenn dann Guilty gesprochen wird, dann geht er gleich über die Planke, ne?
Yes! Huch. Kurzer Prozess.
Und da war dann der Orca schon wieder von damals, aus dem 5.
Ja, na, an der Seite vom Schiff schleppst du einfach hier so ein Megalodon so mit. Das ist halt gleich die Execution.
Oh.
Einfach so, zack, über die Planke, hops, fertig, aus.
Einfach Danganronpa-Style oder was?
Wie?
Kennen Sie schon Cuphead?
Passt mit so einem Button. Fragen Sie mich über Cuphead. Oh, fragt mal Phoenix, der sagt euch immer, my jokes are right.
Warum stelle ich mir jetzt bei Cuphead jetzt irgendwie halt so, so ein Cuphead, der aber so eine Tasse hat, so zum Trinken, das ist halt das Nini-Emote.
Oh.
Irgendwie ist das dann Cupception?
Oh Gott.
Kannibalismus.
Ja.
Gott, entweder das oder das ist ein sehr seltsames Vorspiel.
So dieses Mädel, das diesen Softdrink oder den Saft trinkt und erstmal und dann guckt.
Ah, ja, genau, okay, ja.
Kannibalismus, Vorspiel,
Stimmt, da war ja eine Cuphead-Serie, stimmt ja.
Die muss ich auch noch gucken. Ich muss auch so vieles gucken. Kommt zu nix.
Ach, so viele neue Serien, die man gucken muss. Und was mache ich stattdessen? Ich gucke mir Scrubs an.
Ja, zum 50. Mal. Aber Scrubs ist auch gut.
Ja, natürlich ist Scrubs gut.
Deswegen. Ein Megalodon als Haustier neben dem Schiff, das klingt ja vielverheißend.
Und du willst heute echt wissen, hä?
Nicht mehr, ich bin bedient.
Ich bin so kurz davor, wieder den Rum auszupacken, ey.
Heute? Immer. Ich suche immer neue Serien zu gucken. Wiederholungen mache ich nur selten. Suche aktuell wieder. Oh.
Und auf einmal, was hast du denn so zur Zeit von dem aktuellen? Tja.
Ich feiere momentan Jojo. Das T-Shirt geht an Crim. Aha.
Ja, T-Shirt kommt.
Ich weiß nicht viel über Jojo, aber hey.
Wir reden nicht über das oder in Part 6.
Ah, Mutter. Oder.
Und nein, das ist nicht einfach so, ja, Witz drüber gemacht. Nein, das ist wirklich so.
Oh,
Und es ist der Sprecher.
Jede andere Sprache, jeder andere da richtig. Oder. Wir Deutschen Ora.
Wie so ein Chant, ey, oh nein.
Ja, so ein bisschen. Bloß gut, dass in Part 3 dann gebessert wurde. Also Part 6, die deutsche Synchro kam eher raus als der Rest.
Ist ja fast wie die Release-Reihenfolge von Ace Attorney in Deutschland. 1, 2, Apollo Justice 3.
Ich
Ich zähle bis 3. 1, 2, Apollo Justice. 3.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. 3. Stell dir mich als Severus Snape vor und Dumbledore fragt mich, nach all der Zeit findest du deine Witze immer noch lustig? Und ich sag nur, always.
Die Einlagen?
Entschuldigung. Und ich wollte heute eigentlich keinen Grund haben, trinken zu müssen.
Es. Schnell ins Spiel.
Geht ja schon wieder gut los.
Ich gehe mal kurz in die History.
Was beim letzten Mal geschah?
Ah ja, to be continued.
Oh, great. Last time, Ange, great Ace Attorney. To be continued, huh? Thanks.
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Stand proud.
Dann, wir kommen in Undertale. So.
Wollte gerade sagen, wie einer macht jetzt eine Reference. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. Was auch immer das ist. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
War ich der?
Ja.
Okay. Ja, das ist
Der Kane-Knabberer.
Oh, hallo Kane. We are, my lord.
Halt dich.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court.
What bullshit makes you
You're about
think?
to produce out of your ass. The grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. So bullshit away.
Halt ins Gulag. The jurors' contentions.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Wasn't he supposed to be kind of German?
Yeah, he was German, I remember.
Der Alme-Idiot. Der Almen-Opa.
Einfach Heidis Opa.
Du hast mal alles übersetzt, was er gesagt hat.
Ja, aber ich konnte nicht die Energie für. Bin ich nicht darauf vorbereitet mental.
Er hat während der letzten Sitzung ein bisschen Englisch gelernt.
Ah, während des Recess, das ist schön. Gab kein Recess, egal.
Trotzdem Crap-Kurs.
Er hatte 2 Monate Zeit.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Oh Gott.
Eve.
I can't deep. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony.
I'm not your friend. Stop saying that.
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene.
Except my face.
And moreover,
And a waste of wine.
and glass.
And Marmelade.
Oh, er trinkt Marmelade aus dem Weinglas?
Bäh.
Ah.
Dickflüssig.
Marmelade ausgekratzt. Heißes Wasser rein, reinschütteln, ab ins Weinglas.
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. Ja, aber bringt ja nichts ohne Beweismittel. Dann glauben sie mir ja wieder nicht. Ist ja scheißegal, was ich alles produce. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious?
No.
Who stabbed the woman and how?
Not why? Okay.
That comes later. Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and the method by which the attack was conducted.
What is a man?
Miserable pile of secrets, clue. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
And we just had a recess. No pressure then. Jura 6 sieht aus wie aus Layton. Ja.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please.
Die ersten 3 Teile gibt es inzwischen auf, also gab es auch vorher auf Deutsch, aber auf Steam zum Beispiel auf Deutsch. Oder auf PlayStation.
Easy Tony.
Phoenix Wright. Ist nicht das Spiel, was wir gerade spielen, weil irgendwann haben sie aufgehört zu übersetzen. Wenn du keine Beweise hast, kannst du auch einfach Astrologe sein. Ja, aber selbst wenn ich Beweise habe, ist es denen egal. Die weiblich kodierten Rollen sollen auch mal auf euch aufgeteilt werden.
Denied.
Also, ich hätte nichts dagegen.
Gucken wir mal, wer im nächsten Fall doch da ist. Ja, weil das für Phoenix so gut lief. Ja, weil das für Phoenix so gut lief.
I presume you are prepared, Counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Yonosuke, focus your mind now. Oh, zweimal sogar. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be the juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garridup?
I just threw a book. Oh no.
What could possibly have gone wrong? Thanks, Karen.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garridep's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes. That's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Everything I've learned in the past 2 days. Whatever it takes.
Bullshit away!
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garridep on how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
So let's press everyone twice. Probably. Oder wir schicken die Schläger zu den Jurymitgliedern und überzeugen sie von der Unschuld. Was? Es gibt auch Brosis? Chiara weiß, was ich meine. Ich bin gerade verwirrt. Kontext.
Ja, so viel dazu, ne?
Brosis?
War das nicht mal eine Band?
Dings. Ja, bei.
Der Dingens, bei dem Teil, wo das Zeug drauf war.
Ja, wir sind gespannt. Ich mag den Baseball-Emote immer noch sehr. Es ist sehr, sehr oldschool.
Oh Gott, so eine MSN-Emojis. Ne?
Ja.
Oh Gott.
Damals in den Foren, so 2005.
Oh Gott.
We're old.
Ja, wenn ich das Buch schon sehe, Rebuttal und he's got a sword, ich krieg sofort Danganronpa 2 Flashbacks.
Das haben wir jetzt kurz ein Crush. Irgendein Ingenuous Boyfriend. Ach so. Okay.
Sehr elegant, eleganto.
Haben einfach alle Keywords gefehlt. Oh mein Gott, es sind noch mehr. Gott. Das ist so ein langes Emote. Was du nicht sagst. Aber ja. Brosis. Brosis. Was? Ja. Sehr. Nein, wie hieß sie jetzt? Aus Encanto. Die starke Schwester.
Luisa?
Luisa, ja, genau, Luisas.
Das hatten wir ja schon vorgelesen, oder?
Achso, ja. Dann, press ich mal. Cool. But, as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. There are 4 lights.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
Yeah. That's not exactly how I put it. No, but yeah.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
Ein Alibi?
So it couldn't,
Doch.
so it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nepalese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all the palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
If there was some novel alternative explanation.
I don't know. Ich darf nicht selbst reden. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face! But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Backwards.
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Yay, sag gut auch Eis.
Na toll. Und wir verhungern hier am langen Arm. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Oh, nein, sorry. Ah? Ah.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, where are his evidence?
Winters in London are no joke. I don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors.
There was a fire!
So, no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
A blazing fire! But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Wow. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? To look out.
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh. Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Soll ich bei ihm pressen? Oder muss ich sie erstmal rauskitzeln?
Jetzt erstmal alle durch. Meistens liegt ja der Haken darin, dass wir es alle anhören muss.
Ja. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
Mm-hmm. Your rug is burned. There's really no such thing as loving
Incendiary.
as a loving incendiary bomb. Sie hat ihn geschlagen. Oh Gott,
Why
was
did
ist
you
mit
do
dieser Frau?
that? I didn't do anything.
You were in my way. Well, he brought it up upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett.
Hey,
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more.
Oh my God.
And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it wasn't anything that it hasn't that it was anything whatsoever to do
With this crime. Right. Well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? The poor guy.
The arm hurts.
He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garridip's relentless onslaughts.
Die Kameras aus und schlag ich zurück.
almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
So ist mein Kink.
Aufpassen, der Schlagring, die Oma hat einen Schlagring dabei.
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Alive.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already. I'm a day
Laborer.
Laborer. Aren't I? Ich bin Labrador.
Oh.
If I don't bring home some Reedies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You hear me? My my missus isn't one of the mess about. You know, she can be fierce. Believe you me.
Ja, manchmal drücken sie sich altertümlich aus.
Ach.
Another shining example of martial bliss, then. Boomer.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it is funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry.
It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
Yes.
I wonder if Mr. Pete will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Wenn ich so drüber nachdenke, hat es letztens vor einer Weile zu Hause gebrannt. Mich dabei ziemlich erkältet.
Wie? Ah, nein! Falscher Knopf. Das höre ich mir gleich nochmal an. Wahrscheinlich.
We need to demonstrate to apart from Mr. Natsume could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
Ja, den Dialog nochmal. I think you're going to need a pit to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yep. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just need a connection. The connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Jo, alles klar, Chris. Hab einen schönen Tag noch. Ich wollte schon wieder Abend sagen, es ist erst 3. Ich hab noch nicht was von Lüften gehört. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Aus dem Fenster.
Ja, geschlossene Gesellschaft.
Ist das nicht ein Buch? Dürrenmatt oder so?
I don't know.
So, cool.
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Was? Wie war das? Muss lauter sprechen, Junge. Ich trage bloß ein Handtuch.
Sartre, sorry, stimmt. Could you tell us more about that fire?
Es war letzten Winter. Meine Enkelkinder haben mir einen herzallerliebsten Kuchen zum Geburtstag gebacken. Da bin ich 97 geworden. Obwohl ich nur 75 Kerzen drauf hatte. Hm?
Na dran.
Die hatten nicht mehr Kerze. Wow.
You put candles on a cake? Was that some kind of devil worship? Why would you do that?
Habt ihr sowas da drüben nicht?
Nein.
Oh.
Ich weiß ja auch nicht, wie man Weihnachten feiert. Die machen einfach irgendeinen Obstkuchen.
Ach ja, bei denen kommt ja nicht Santa Claus, bei denen kommt der Godzilla, oder wie war das?
Genau.
Bruno der Sumo.
Ja, da kommt er so durch den Schornstein wie Terminator, durch flüssiges Fett.
Genau, der verflüssigt sich einfach.
Und statt Weihnachtsgedichte werden halt Weihnachtslieder auf Japanisch gesungen. Und wer nicht spurt, kriegt einen Karateschlag in den Nacken.
Genau.
Einfach beste Weihnachtsmann-Version aller Zeiten.
Wir sollten das eigentlich wirklich mal etablieren. Einfach wirklich mal machen.
Ja.
Es dauert zwar ein paar Jahre, bis ich das etabliert, aber ne?
Wir müssen Trendsetter werden.
Jupp.
Ja, natürlich nicht. Es war ein engelsgleicher Kuchen. Um meinen Geburtstag zu feiern, natürlich. Offensichtlich. Und ich
The
so
cake is a lie.
Mhm.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Jedenfalls musste ich mich ziemlich meine Lungen anstrengen, um die alle auszublasen.
Und dann hast du den Vorhang angezündet damit.
Aber am Ende ist dann so wie bei Master Roshi. No, my beard, my glorious beard, no! Fängt der Bart an zu brennen.
Gott, oh
Aber habe
Gott.
ich wohl zu krass geblasen. Die haben sind nicht ausgegangen, aber die Kerzen sind durch den ganzen Raum geflogen.
Gott.
Dinge, die man im Bot... nee.
Was?
Es geht schon wieder los.
Die Möbel und alles sind in Flammen aufgegangen. Der ganze Raum war mit Rauch gefüllt.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Huh. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
Ein ziemliches Fiasko. Die Enkel, ach Gott hab sie lieb, warfen Wasser über mich, als sie versucht haben, das Feuer auszumachen.
Oh, die haben die Geburtstagsparty wohl nicht überstanden, oder wie?
Nee.
Oh, bless them, you're dead now.
Gott hab sie selig. Und dann, weil der ganze Raum natürlich mit Rauch gefüllt war, mussten wir alle Fenster öffnen, um wieder das Schiff zu machen.
The windows. Hmm.
Die beißende Winterluft kam über mich wie der Teufel, um auf meinem Grab zu tanzen. Ja, so war das. Ich habe mir eine mächtige Erkältung eingefangen. War für eine ganze Weile im Krankenhaus. Den Geburtstag werde ich so schnell nicht vergessen.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. What could it be? Yeah. Yes. I know. Yes, I will pit them. Dann pitten wir mal den jungen Blonden mit dem alten Mann. Damit der checkt, ja. Da muss da ein Fenster offen sein. Falls es gebrannt hat. Und dann wird sie sagen, ja, apropos brennen, da fällt mir was ein. Oder?
Ja, klingt logisch.
Klingt plausibel, ja.
Klingt modern, metropolisch und rational.
Ja. Hit. Dann er hat jetzt was anderes. Winterhouse, fires or die. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chills gets you, you see. Even if the woman was storing books, it can't be related to this crime if the book window was closed, can it? So. Ich hoffe, es ist das, was das Spiel im Kopf hat.
Abwende nicht, haben wir ja gespeichert.
Ja, eben.
Objection, per se.
Oh Gott, no! These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. Ich meine, die Musik hat aufgehört, also. Hoffnung.
Das muss was bedeuten.
They do. How exactly, Counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
Was? Was hast du gesagt? Sprich lauter, Junge, sprich lauter.
Juror number 3. Do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Oh, well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, you'd be mad not to open the...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Well, shit, you got me there.
Oh, shit.
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garidep household. And Mr. Garidep had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my head!
You've got something to say about this, miss?
Die muss schnell eine Pinkelpause einleiten, damit sie hier rauskommt.
Excuse me.
Yeah, excuse me. Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that?
Erstmal Rizinus schlürfen.
Die Kanne ist unendlich gefüllt.
It's a Taurus. It's bigger on the inside.
Mrs. Garidep. Oh, dearie me.
Ich bin immer so erstaunt über diese Jiggle-Physics auf ihren Backen.
Ja.
Wenigstens sind die nur auf ihren Backen.
Und nicht auf
Wangen.
ihren Wangen.
Wangen. Wangen.
Ich will diese Teekanne und ich will sie mit Cola füllen. Aber das ist keine Teekanne, Marcel.
Das wäre einfach nur ein Cola-Pot.
Ha, ein cooler Pot in einem Kühlschrank. Ja, Mann.
Dann... Nevermind.
Moving on.
Ich wollte gerade von wegen irgendwas mit Pothead machen und Coke Pot, aber schwierig.
Pothead und Cokehead. Das ist dann halt die Bootleg-Version von Cuphead oder wie?
Coke Pot und Pothead. So.
Cokehead und...
Nein, Coke Pot und Pothead.
Coke.
Blaukraut bleibt Blaukraut.
Harry Pothead, ey. Harry Pothead und die Kanne des Schreckens.
Habe ich da Cuphead und Pothead gehört, unter anderem?
What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
Because you did. It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Pretense? Pretense.
Well, what is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did?
Then you're guilty.
Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire?
Especially because our house was on fire.
Oh, you never stop throwing things until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Irritating Order, natürlich.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garidep's formal statement.
So, now you mention it. Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Me. Look, I just want to get it over with. Das haben wir doch schon.
Ja.
Okay.
Jetzt muss ich die nächsten pitten. Okay, jetzt pitte ich sie mit. Was haben wir denn noch? The accused left behind the evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those were the 3 books. There's some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. Den brauche ich nicht mehr. Den brauche ich nicht mehr.
Vielleicht die andere Dame?
Soll ich jetzt vorschlagen, dass sie ein Messer rausgeworfen hat?
Vielleicht ist sie von einem Buch erstochen worden. Scharfe Seiten.
Ich glaube, ich muss jetzt irgendwie das Domestic Violence pursuen, das Thema. Das ist so mein Verständnis gerade.
Und dann mit Nummer 5.
Ja.
Nummer 5 schlägt. Wird geschlagen.
Wird geschlagen, ja. Ne, wenn sie schon darüber redet, von wegen, ja, man hört auch nicht auf, Bücher zu schmeißen. Aber das macht keinen Sinn mit dem, was sie sagt. Sie lief einfach schon die ganze Zeit mit einem Messer im Rücken rum, weil der Mann... Oh Gott. Hm. No, they're not contradicting each other. Ah, the window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Moment. Zurück. Schon. Ja. Ich. Oh. Das?
Objection!
Nein. Die Musik spielt noch. Never mind.
Der Recht sieht aus, als würde er da eigentlich nur Tetris spielen, heimlich.
Der füttert heimlich ein Tamagotchi.
Ja.
Das Buch hat einen messerscharfen Verstand.
Sehr schön.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. No, they don't.
I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see.
Why are you doing the judge's job?
Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council.
Me. There was nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. And you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any.
Well, that's the issue. Ich möchte mir jetzt nicht nochmal alle anhören müssen. You two?
Objection!
Nein.
All that?
All that?
Oh, I'm sorry, blah blah blah. Ist nicht.
Trial and error. Ja, und sie. Aber es macht irgendwie keinen Sinn von wegen all the woman who stabbed, but never mind.
Objection!
All that?
All that? Let's try one more time. Denken. So, wen hatte ich jetzt noch nicht?
Objection!
Nein, okay. Muss ich die nochmal pressen? Ah, ich will nicht. Was Neues von dir? So, you might be willing to change your decision. Oh my, such a sad face. Modern national. That's great. One reads the morning papers, blah blah. Blah blah, you see, modern. Yeah, not at all extreme. Despite having two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man overwhelmingly guilty. Modern metropolitan rational. Nope. Indubitably. Yeah. It's always we only have a new theory if you can't come up with one. Let's do our very best. Yep. Muss ich dich nochmal pressen? Und sie auch nochmal? At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Garideb household on the opposite side of the street.
Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold.
We also know that Mrs. Garideb was throwing flaming books at her husband.
She cast Fireball.
Ich cast Fireball.
I didn't ask how big the room is. I said I cast Fireball.
Fireball.
Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack.
Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out of the window. Only
what?
Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all.
Ah, ja. Ooh.
So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really.
So. Sorry. Okay, I see. That wasn't enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people?
Oh, gone.
Gut, ich auch nochmal, Madame. Fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garideb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he has been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you... Yeah. And now you come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book. Much less the title of it. Ah, yes, please. Do tell us. Oh Gott, der Arme.
Dojo-Pose einfach.
Excuse me.
What is it? Juror number 5?
Nothing? I mean, you knew something? I remember what it was. That memory it blocked out.
Ah. More domestic violence stories.
It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all floating back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
I'm calling you bitch.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
You get used to it.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for a wage I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear. What a disaster.
Anyway,
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Boy!
Junge.
ja, jetzt wäre die Möglichkeit gewesen, das in Mut zu packen.
Let me tell you.
Boy!
Oh,
Genau.
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time.
Uh-oh, she was throwing a knife at you?
Not at me. I dodged. Kinda. I mean, I could hardly get the words out. But I told her straight. I lost a day's wage, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did. About an inch deep.
Yikes. No words, just terror.
Head empty, no thoughts.
I could smell it then, you know? That god-awful stench of dance. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy bank that night, I can tell you. Now, that's the real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag... The what? They throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. They throw it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Sagte die jedes Mal.
This is a takedown. She's not throwing anything at him, just throwing him.
It's different. Es ist dasselbe, nur anders.
No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized.
Let's just throw people.
Yes, just eat them. At least attack with honor using a bow or the like. A katana. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? You? Is that not hello?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words would be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Hello, Dolly.
So, almost. Get a knife for broad.
Ja, in a Rage oder Rag. Ich glaube, Rag, ist das nicht einfach eine andere Bezeichnung für...
Nein, wenn they lose their rag, wenn sie gerade ihre Wut verloren hätte, dann hätte sie nichts geworfen.
Ach, Rag ist für Rage.
Nein.
When they lose their shit, basically.
Ja.
Rag.
Für Rag? Also so,
Wenn sie den Lappen aufgibt. Wenn sie nicht mehr alle Tasten im Schrank hat. Ich weiß nicht, wenn sie ihre Composure verliert. So, Pit. You will know, you metropolitan, modern, rational woman. Right? Right. That's a good story.
Objection!
They have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, jetzt hat Taubsi abgehauen. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, Council, at once!
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
Keine sagt schon, dann niemals landet ein Messer bis auf der anderen, ein Buch bis auf die andere Straßenseite, aber ein Messer soll's tun? Naja.
Was, wenn man das Buch geworfen hat?
Das fällt ja nicht einfach nur runter.
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. Mrs. Garadeb, I declare you the sus.
I declare you the sus, das ist auch gut. Aber keine Zeit, wir müssen abkürzen.
You're sus. You're the perpetrator.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light. Perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern gutter. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer.
Unlucky to you, I am not straight.
Well, good to know. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of this house. But what? What was it?
A knife?
What you throwing at? A knife? No!
I'm really taking a big gamble here. And I am totally blaming someone who might be innocent, but That was
That's just Ace Attorney in a nutshell.
just bluff. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah,
Good Lord Counsel, what on earth are you doing? It's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man!
I'm going with this. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can seriously believe that? The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
No, she picked it up.
Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, I take that as a yes. My lord?
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I am a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions.
Yay. Oh, Mr. Foreman. Mr. Sheffield.
Ach, okay, nee. Ja. Der Name kam mir bekannt vor. Von wo war das nochmal?
I'll have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it. Mind?
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
Oh.
Die anderen würden mich später verprügeln.
Klassenkloppe.
More together now, ladies and gents. And hop!
Alle, jopp.
So, und irgendwann bricht er dort eine Schraube ab bei der Waage und erschlägt den Richter dann mit.
Jupp. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Yay.
Order! Order!
Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Burn it all down. Screw this shit.
Not sober, okay.
Sober for this shit.
This trial is repeatedly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. That's why I throw it!
Der Rest ist scheiße.
Ist genauso, ja. Die ersten Stücke eine frisch geöffnete Cola-Dose, die sind gut. Der Rest ist dann bloß noch Müll, deswegen stelle ich sie dann beiseite.
But what follows is so repugnant? Repugnant?
What is this?
What's this word? I'ma Google it.
Repugnant. Es heißt abstoßend, widerlich.
Repugnant.
Repugnant. Okay.
Okay. Repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting. I'm gonna cross my arms. That you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
Ja, er ist 2 Meter weit gesprungen.
Ah, sie kann nicht 5 Meter weit werfen. Ah, komisch. Wäre sie gesprungen, wäre es gegangen, ja?
Im Lauf, im Sprung und dann mit Schmackes.
It should already be more than apparent.
That one.
That
Also was? Was sagt er?
that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road.
So.
Höret, höret!
Nicht William der Letzte, kündigt an.
Kann leider nicht zum Turnier erscheinen. Ja,
Oh.
ja, die Pest. Which means that the distance from the Gary Depp's house to the scene is, yes, 15 yards.
Echo, wir sind 15 Yards in Meter. Meter. 14 Meter.
Springen?
Geht zum Werfen.
Ach, zum Werfen? Ach, das ist ja easy. Witzig.
Eine 6 in Sport? Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
Thanks, Susato.
Too little, too late.
Ja,
Bin's nicht gewohnt, dass das Spiel mir sowas übersetzt. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. Ja, aber du musst bedenken, dass er von 3. Stock ausgeworfen hat. Das sind ja auch nochmal 20 Meter hoch oder so. Dann mit der Fallgeschwindigkeit und der Mathe, bla. Das passt schon.
Think, Renosuke, think!
Okay, ich stelle mir also so vor. Das Messer steckte schon so ein bisschen in den Klamotten drin, ist aber nicht ganz durchgereicht. Da kam das Buch geflogen, haut nochmal auf das Messer drauf und hat den
Oh Gott.
Oh Gott.
Ist ja nicht fatal. Ich denke, was passiert ist, dass sie erst das Buch geworfen hat. Die Frau hat sich danach gebückt, deswegen hatte sie eine Hand. Und dann kam das Messer geflogen und weil sie dann sich noch schön gebückt hatte, konnte das Messer so einfach in ihren Rücken reinfallen. Frage ist nur, warum war das Messer aufgeklappt? Warum
Das war
wirft
sehr
sie...
lose einfach, das ist im Flug aufgegangen.
Oh Gott.
Ist ein Butterfly-Messer, das wollte fliegen.
Oh, ich bin frei, endlich.
And as you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, rightly noted, as having
Potentious?
potential. Ich hätte fast Potato gelesen, aber.
Potato significance.
Potato significant.
Yes, my English is very potato.
Yes, my English is all one free.
Oh.
The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, this smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards
Ja, no problem.
to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's finger and
No,
thumb.
not like that. Why do you think she just caught it? Why would you think that? That's so stupid. It landed on the ground.
I got it. I'm dead.
Ja, Chiara, your AVGN is showing.
What are you thinking?
What were they thinking?
Aber es ist halt wieder so ein absolut bescheuertes Argument.
Ja, aber er will ja unbedingt gewinnen, dass jemand schuldig gesprochen wird.
Ja, der kann 2 Meter weit springen aus dem Stand im Winter. Bei Slippery Road. Kein Problem, im Dunkeln. Ja, also sie fängt das Buch immer eben aus den 15 Metern. So, nein, es landet auf dem Boden. Warum denkst du überhaupt, dass sie es fängt? Warum ist das ein Argument, was du bringst? Warum denkt niemand... Das macht keinen Sinn. Was ist los mit euch?
Is that your final conclusion?
No!
My learned.
I'm not
and
your friend.
Dogged friend.
Not deluded. You're deluded.
I make you my Luda.
Ooh. Say no. Don't say that.
And did the... Ich hab nur Jack und mein Kopf wollte Jackass draus machen. And did the Jackass follow the...
Plötzlich so mit, so einfach aus dem rauchenden Fenster.
She heard everything at him.
The near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back.
That I agree, yes.
Ja, vielleicht solltest du wirklich mit dem Rum anfangen, das löst die Zunge.
Ich habe auch ein bisschen das Gefühl. Ich habe so ein Problem mit dem Vorlesen, es tut mir leid. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion
Notion.
of having a bad day for the victim, I think.
Shut up!
Even those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
You read Batman?
Shh, you got me there. Yes, I admit it, I'm a fucking nerd. I dress up like in a leather and run out through the night.
Dinge, die du im Bordell sagen kannst.
Na.
Oh Gott, wir haben's wieder.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Agree.
Agreed.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Oh, you think?
Miss Susato! That burn! Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! Maybe let's pick our battles here.
Susanoo, please put down the bow.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak, because he offended me personally.
Only if you put down the nuclear warhead. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes? Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Get someone up there in the apartment and throw knives and books out of the window, please. To that end... Aww. Juror number 4, Miss Joan Garidep, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Hat's nicht gesagt.
Saints alive!
Great Scott!
A cross-examination of a juror?
Yeah, why not? He's a witness now. Oh, you're still standing there.
Order!
Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oha, jetzt kommt er. Oh.
Oh! Fabulous bottle flip.
It also landed on the bottom. You just didn't see.
Und das war einfach nur ein Soundeffekt, der im Hintergrund abgespielt wurde. Ihr seid alle verarscht worden.
Dahinter stand einfach einer, der hat so klink, die Flasche an den Kopf gekriegt und das klingt einfach nur so hohl. So klink, au! And unnecessary.
Lord Van Six?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine.
But they know nothing.
My...
But they know nothing.
Yeah, they're stupid. If my learned friends' partial theory has any truth in it, then both of Burning Book and the jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
Yeah, but it was foggy as fuck.
Come at me, bro.
Me, bro.
Und die denkt sich einfach noch so,
Try me, boy. I'm gonna make you famous.
and we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, roly-poly reporting for duty, sir.
Oh.
Well,
Well.
good morning, officer. Good morning, honey.
Sorry for losing my sir. Mein Kaffee fetch. have slept for months. I can't phones who appeared on my bed.
They are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Brody, my hero, you make me swoon.
Hurl.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's
No! Oh. But I made such a good point.
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again.
No, please don't.
State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
War das 5-mal schnell hintereinander?
Sure.
No, don't.
Sleep again.
Constable Beats, report. Yum 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 yum. Nibble 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 nibble.
This case had nothing to do with Mrs. Carrie Depp. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
You slapped your
This is the windows on the door for the Caritas house are top hidden casements.
We would like this trial to proceed slowly.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty roadie was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Yeah, I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Sir, nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Yay, Fotostar! Guten Hunger!
Well, this is quite startling. Up-hinged casement windows.
What does that mean?
Oben
Der Top
an der Spitze angebracht, würde ich mal sagen. Hinge?
Also Hinge ist Angel.
Hier wahrscheinlich?
Ja.
Also es ist zum Hochklappen.
Hm.
That detail was not in a police report, Constable.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
Er war ein kleines Traumato.
Was?
I must have been a little drowsy.
Ah,
Drowsy heißt auch Traumato auf
Ach
Englisch.
so, okay, ja, okay. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness. Every time, Constable.
Yet here we are.
Mhm.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? Thanks for asking that.
And you.
Ich hab Schiebefenster. Falls überhaupt, sei still.
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Sorry. Das war mein Kopfhörer.
Oh.
Of course. Sorry. I've still just been here for 2 days. I don't know what are
Die
hinges.
meiste Zeit im Schrank gelebt. Ich weiß nicht, was Fenster sind.
Ja, Mann. Ich kenne Bullaugen. Und ich kenne riesige Glasfenster, die man nicht öffnen kann. Von irgendeiner komischen Zitadelle. Ich habe doch keine Fenster hier gesehen.
Aha! I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garideb's room.
Alright, I'll try. I'll picture it. So zum Hochschieben dann, ne?
Ja, da kannst du nach oben aufklappen.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Ach so. Ah, okay. Mhm.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
Ja, gut, das macht den Winkel natürlich schwierig.
Aber war Glas nicht sowieso ein bisschen kaputt?
I'm glad you rectified. Rectified? Yeah,
Rectified, ja, oder?
rectified. Yeah.
Mm.
Rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature. Let it stay a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
You're absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window,
Blub.
it will have clattered against the pane. Pane?
Pain.
And fallen straight down the pavement below.
No!
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete.
We will now proceed to Linux.
Ugh. Whatever that is, there was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be.
Did you see that, Rhodey? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
God.
Oh, Rhodey, you're so strong.
How did this happen to me? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
I don't want any more.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Das glaube ich, muss ich nicht pressen.
Wenn irgendwas rausgeflogen wäre, hättet ihr es gesehen? Vom Topfloor? Wirklich? Bei dem Nebel?
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rhodey and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky.
There was fog.
And looking for a lucky star.
Sorry.
The anime?
I died something. The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Oder nach Neverland?
Ah, the Death Star.
Genau.
Can that guide you to answer the question, please?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rhodey be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Oh, of course. That with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
So,
In short, you're trying to say that neither a book nor a knife across the sky before you.
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky not to the stars, sir.
So, so you were looking for your happiness, which cannot be found. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rhodey's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
I don't feel bad, my lord. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
The Rhodey told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley!
Oh, please.
Get a room, you two.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rowley was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, so...
And you didn't fall asleep, are you sure?
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. I never looked away for a second. No one has approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that only yours honor, sir.
Irgendjemand auf der Zuschauertribüne muss sich doch lauthals übergeben müssen. Bitte beendet diese Schnulze. Really? That seems a little strange. Ich muss mal kurz in die Code Brackets gucken, weil irgendwas ist bestimmt wieder verschwunden in der Zeit. Second-hand receipt. Ja. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim olive green. Female, stout build, early 20s. Location pavement of Friar Road, east side. Reporter Rowley Beach. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from this single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. The knife. For crime, updated. Das finde ich auch schon wieder schön. Updated. Autopsy Report. Da habe ich hier unten ein Messer. Und das Buch.
Genau, erst wenn wir wirklich verzweifelt sind und entweder selber googeln oder fragen.
Ja, ja. War irgendwas genommen worden? Ich vergesse mal, wie jung Susato ist. fiercely proud. Dann sind wir weiter.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Yeah, okay. Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Could have been a different copy, sir. One that just happened to be burned as well.
What a coincidence.
Burn marks.
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Yeah, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrett if we're ever going to get the truth out of this matter.
Do you really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road, or how that window opens, Mr. Garrett's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it?
You're right.
And then there was Mrs. Garrett's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear.
Yes. By the way, Rolly wird fantastisch gesprochen.
Aw, thank you.
Dann presse ich mal noch den Rest.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer, may surprise you, is this. It has some noble founding principles for the force written, and is a reminder to all as policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
It's
In
a
2
month
months?
ago.
The patrol, the streets of London, town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that is why I can't stand here today beside my long, suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word.
That word.
While rubbing my third eye,
Thank God he said eyes.
admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
I see, sir. You should have said it earlier, sir.
Zurück ins Zimmer! Yes, well, so could you answer the question? What a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the full of my ability, sir. Which is much.
Yeah, but this is much to begin with.
surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Caritas' domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, I just, one thing, let me take a nap.
Yes. The music stopped, so apparently this is
Der
important.
kriegt einen Kaffee.
Das auch.
Da kriegt der Koffeininfusion.
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand a great British institution for Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Barbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal.
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 I must warn you, I won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Oh, new evidence? Thank you, I'll try.
Ich hab schon getrunken.
Trink ihr auch was? Warrant card. A small folding wallet that identifies London hobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Evidence. Okay. Das ist immer alles Person, ist egal.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they restrict us how much they open.
Und das macht Sinn, dass sie so öffnen, weil es sich ja, weil es in London immer regnet. Es kommt kein Regen rein. Clever.
Ach, den gibt's ja auch noch.
And therefore anything thrown out of the window,
Maybe a Weinglas zum Beispiel, auch aus dem Window gefroren werden, ne?
from inside the room, would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
Don't make me tap the sign.
Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And where will that be, sir?
How do you even know?
Huh?
Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredip's house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Daddy halt bloody Schnauze.
Bitch, what?
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Huh? Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
You lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rhodey's beat. It was so close, you see?
I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rhodey's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat. Oh God.
Present. Yes, that's right. That's my name. That's the reason I was having out with him, interviewing the occupants of the Courageous household yesterday. Their house is on my beat. Sheesh.
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrideb's house?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side on the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go to that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
Wow, das ist nicht unser Bereich. Lass liegen. Scheiße tritt sich fest.
Oh, wow.
Was, wenn sie die extra auf die andere Straßenseite rübergezogen
Ja.
haben? Oh mein Gott!
That's dark. So, das ist unser Gebiet, aber weißt du, wir schleifen es einfach auf die andere Seite.
Dann ist es hier ein
das
anderes
Gebiet von jemand
Problem.
anderen und geht uns also nichts mehr an.
Warum nehmen wir
What?
nicht das Ufer und schieben es woanders hin?
Ich glaube, mein Vater hat mir irgendwie mal so eine Geschichte erzählt, da gab es so einen ähnlichen Vorfall, dass dann halt irgendwie, keine Ahnung, da lag irgendeiner und dann die halt dann dafür zuständig waren, das war quasi also deren Revier, die wollten sich da nicht drum kümmern, haben das quasi über die Grenze geschafft, dann dass sich die anderen drum kümmern. Die hatten aber auch keinen Bock, sich damit rumzuschlagen, als sie das gesehen haben, und haben den dann wieder auf die andere geschoben.
Oh,
Also, keiner hatte Bock, sich damit umzuschlagen. So, ja, nee, hier, komm, lass die anderen das machen.
Oh, ja.
Aber wenn das der Fall hier ist,
Oh,
dann aber ui.
ui, ui.
Patty, Rolly, Alter, hui.
Faustdick hinter den Ohren.
Was sind so die...
Und es sind schon faustdicke Ohren.
Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Oh no.
They actually did that.
Item number 2.
Scheiße.
When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Alles klar. Oh wow. You did not.
Gut gespielt.
Gut gespielt.
Well played.
Oh.
Well, but that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people, our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Except for when they don't.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my roadie for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
It must be bad, my love, it must be.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record, so I can object to that.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case file's information has been updated in the court record.
Oh no, the updates. They're multiplying.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Let me tell more bullshit.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
This is my time to...
Make the puppy eyes.
Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Okay? My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
But I'm not here. We're not in the bedroom.
Yes, Mrs. Bede, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire, but please let your husband breathe. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
Ist das auf das Wirken jetzt bezogen?
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a police woman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Roly won't.
I'm going to punch your lights out. Night, night.
Duly noted, Miss Beach. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beach, nobody is questioning that what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little East End man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky, okay?
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. Always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Roly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
I'm hard right now. I mean, what?
What?
All this choking's my kink.
Okay.
Hey, what? Oh, no, I'm still in court or no. No problems,
Did your wife's remark just bring something to mind, perhaps?
Well, in a way, yes,
Irgendjemand muss Roy retten. Der Arme wird sich noch das Genick brechen, wenn das so weitergeht. Bitte klaut jemand seinen Schal.
I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening. Is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone for a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back.
Inside 10 minutes. But my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Roly, you're such a tease.
Well, it's just a treat.
But the reason I was so long was because of the
Bouquet?
Because of the bouquet, silly.
Okay.
So sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Roly, so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Oh, I'm so embarrassing.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else. Darling, you have to promise.
Really? Oh,
What was that all about?
Bedroom talk.
Constable Pete looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insights, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beatty about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Er schläft einfach wieder im Stehen.
Es geht um Wein. Das interessiert mich nicht.
Man kann ja
Trinke
sagen,
nicht.
Man kann ja sagen, er ist so, ne, so eine Art Vampir, also hat so ein bisschen Dracula-Flair, ne?
Ja.
Wie schlafen Fledermäuse? Kopf über.
An Füßen aufgehangen, ja.
Genau. So. Und wie steht Australier? Und bei Australien ist ja alles auf dem Kopf.
Ja, also das heißt...
Und wie schlafen australische Vampire?
Da so
Stehen.
Also, was ist Van Siegs?
Ein australischer
Dieser ist Australian Vampire.
Oi, mate.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
What does have one thing to do with the other?
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When you ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back.
What?
I was so shocked.
Achso.
I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
That I'm not holding anything in my hands anymore. And then you went to the...
Entschuldigung.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. And that's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was not by the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why could that be?
You dirty little...
It was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
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 I was flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
Did not.
Das Gaslighting, ey. Ja, deine Sense of Direction ist so schlecht, aber verschiebt er einfach irgendwelche Opfer auf andere Straßenseiten.
Is your last name probably Sorrow? Patricia Sorrow?
Why?
Because sense of directions?
Ach so. That's Zorro.
That's Sorrow. I thought this was obvious.
Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think of how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me.
Bouquet? Just one rose?
With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
Dot. By bouquet.
You mean one rose?
Do you perhaps mean
Oh.
this solitary fucking rose?
Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change that he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower?
Let me guess.
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Depp's household.
Möchte bitte lösen. In front of the Gary Depp's house.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the
You fucking liar.
thoroughfare.
Horror fair.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
Nope, it's
No.
evidence.
Nope, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Thank you.
Oh.
Wird gepresst und dann wie in so einem Herbarium. Gepresst, getrocknet und eingeklebt.
But it's a symbol of our love.
And your
Love
lies.
I want it back after the trial. Did you hear me? I want it back.
Yada yada does say. Rest assured that I shall do my very best to not forget, Mrs. Pete.
Muss ich es hier präsenten? Nein, nicht.
Erstmal speichern.
Erstmal spannend. Ich speichere ständig für diesen einen falschen Appel. Well, then tell me, how did the pavement sides change? Ich glaube, ich müsste dann wohl die Rose.
Denke ich.
Naja, die ist ja jetzt schließlich neu. Die ist jetzt unser nächster Puzzlestein.
Ich hoffe, es ist hier.
Objection!
Yes.
I love it when the music stops. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene.
Und dann ist ein schöner Satz einfach. You know what I like about Ace Attorney's music? The sound it makes when it stops.
Ja.
Ist das jetzt gut oder schlecht?
It's a matter of perspective. Das muss man im Kontext sehen.
Ja. Denn wenn sie stoppt, hat man was richtig gemacht. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked.
Yeah, why did you object to that? You're agreeing.
Let me finished. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Dinge, die man im Modell sagt.
Hey!
Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact that it was super windy that night?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor,
Which is worth shit, apparently.
but the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case.
Ja und?
That's why Rhodey didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet where we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Bouquet's bouquet, Mrs. Beats bouquet, so. Mrs. Bouquet's beat.
Beats. Ich glaube, ich habe ein Beat verloren.
There's Mr. Garudep's book. Mr. Garudep's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. East side, west side. West side story. Na, 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 na. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garudep's house. There's no logical explanation for those things unless somebody deliberately removed them.
Hat er nicht gesagt.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rhodey's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
That's what this job is all about.
Yeah. Oh, good. Mrs. Garudep's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garudep. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, what's it in English?
Falsifying evidence or tampering.
Tempering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Scotland Yard's rules.
Tempering. You've barely heard the term before.
Yeah, but I still know what it is.
Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Mr. Beat?
Die Beats, genau. Die Beatles da.
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence, and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Der gute alte Rowley.
Take that.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rowley Beat. It was you.
The fuck? A policeman? A member of Scotland Miles?
What nonsense! Why would my Rhodey do something like that?
Because he wanted to sleep.
Weil er mit seiner Frau feiern wollte. Und ach nö, jetzt nicht noch arbeiten. Nö, komm, weißt du was?
Ich mag nicht mehr. Ich mag das nicht. Nee.
Will nicht. Will nicht.
There's no one straighter than my husband.
About that.
Well, actually, on gig, Patricia, I never had the courage to tell you that.
No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
And that's why he needs a rest.
I was forced into this marriage.
Mrs. Beat. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
What he was watching? If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
no. Well.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. And now, You incriminate a policeman as well.
It's not my fault they're doing wrong.
But your accusations
Kommt das O her?
lack one very important thing because I can't read.
I'm sorry, I was born stupid.
Ja.
Schadum. Ich bin einfach nur Schadum.
You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But the husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. Why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering.
You never cared for a motive anyways.
Well, I do now. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Sure. In my sleep, so to speak.
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer.
Yep.
If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged.
Well, my reputation as a lawyer is all anyways,
And it will be emotionally damaged.
Oh.
With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
You, Buffy.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? Nope. It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
Nope, it was on the other side. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Hat er nicht gesagt.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
It was an accident.
If that's your assertion? Assertion? Then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
Not your friend.
Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Right there.
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
Naruto don't. Ich habe so lange gewartet, den bringen zu können. I don't, das ist Naruto don't.
Oh.
Und Shannon weiß das sogar noch ein bisschen mehr, ne?
Stimmt, du hast mir aber... stimmt,
Ne?
du hast mir das Bild geschickt gehabt.
Genau. Wo Chiaras Augen genau zwischen den beiden O's sind.
Stimmt, ja.
What?
Nicht die andere. Die andere Chiara.
Ach so.
Chiara.
Ich schick's dir mal kurz, Moment.
You're betraying me. You have another Chiara? What?
Aber die käme nicht persönlich.
Ist Takanashi Chiara?
Ja.
Natürlich.
The Chicken. I mean, Phoenix.
Da ist es.
Das ist einfach so gut.
On the evening in question, Mr. Gadadep's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move? Woo! Was me! Was the scene of the crime itself.
Dramatic spin!
Good gracious! Meine Fresse!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony that the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
Yeah, the one has terrible direction and the other one is the one who moved the body, so none of them are to be believed.
Yep, they can't be trusted. The police is corrupt.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
You were not there.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
Your bouquet.
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Odvinzik said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Los, sag ihm das Motiv. Motive. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat?
Oh, Roly, mein Broly.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm
Well,
999 years old.
I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nut out again. I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
No, nothing. Just
Part where
agree.
you're guilty.
Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know.
Oh, well.
But speaking of standing, I think I'm gonna fall down. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything came out.
What?
Everything exposed.
Dinge, die im Bordell passieren.
Ja, absolut.
Hm.
Tell me more.
Only it seemed it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly.
Order! Order!
What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is...
She's not dead!
It's a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, Explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
Yes, but let's have somebody else do it.
I can't say, sir.
Oh, but I can. You haven't slept in a month.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know?
That man needed a damn rest.
You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of Scotland Yard policeman.
I am from Japan, and I know terrible working
You're Australian
conditions.
vampire, so pretty rich coming that from you.
Aber ich meine, wegen Working Hours und so weiter. I know how he feels.
Yep.
And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. The game theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from, human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
Pure unadulterated rage.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Unbridled rage. Ah ja, Graver, jetzt aus Dracula noch Dio zu machen, weiß ich nicht.
Dio.
Das wäre ein bisschen viel. Ich glaube, Dio hat bessere Argumente vorgelegt, warum er recht hat. Dann siegst der Bullshit sicher nur alles weg. Und das nicht mal gut.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
Anniversary, did you listen, man? On account of this bouquet, my lord?
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Did you forget I mentioned it like 5 times?
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
Oh shit, Überstunden.
Oh no, to that note.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Ach Mann, ist das dumm!
Just on there, one particular day I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding.
It's a flashback, you have to mumble the words.
Oh God.
Wirklich jetzt?
Nein, was?
Ja, das war so ein Ding bei Danganronpa. Jedes Mal, wenn wir halt Flashbacks bekommen hatten,
Ah,
nachdem wir die Szene schon gespielt hatten, so, being married, wanted to show man when care.
Das ist schon länger her.
Ja.
Wenigstens.
Soll ich das jetzt nochmal richtig lesen?
Das ist jetzt der nächste Satz, ja.
Das was?
Ach so. Okay. Du hast so gemummelt, dass ich nicht mehr verstanden habe, dass du den Satz
Deswegen,
gelesen hast.
Man lässt ja ein paar Keywords lässt man ja drin.
so ein paar Schlüsselwörter, so, ja, married, my dear Lord, care. That's how he remembers.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling the policeman, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. If you didn't know. Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious!
Oh mein Güte, das überrascht mich jetzt. Habe ich zum ersten Mal gehört.
Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper
Should have become a silver!
that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we run over to the scene, I have every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here?
How could this
It's happened to me on my anniversary, and why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of a crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go. I have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then.
Into, definitiv.
And then everything went black.
Mhm.
I said black, nicht blank.
oh no, poor Beep.
Oh no.
Job. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no! I'm.
Oh.
Oh, go on.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night. I take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Roni.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction.
Weniger Wein, mein lieber Van Siegs. Mehr rum.
Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beats care.
You see, I thought. Well, I was sure the victim was dead. You see.
I beg your pardon, the fuck did you just say?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Roni would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
You didn't check her pulse?
Check her pulse, Rolly.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he?
Objection, hearsay!
That's why, Miss Rose, I brought for pet.
Oh no, Roni, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roli.
No, it's actually fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found out that. Well.
That our client is innocent.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Huh?
4.
1, 2, minus 1, 4. It was, yes, definitely 4.
Mm-hmm.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the windows upstairs in the Gardep household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Haphazardly.
Apparently.
Well, that's because that's how I found it.
Because you did not see any books or knives in the sky.
How you found it? What do you mean?
There was the book on the ground and she hat sich danach gebückt, verdammt mich. Warum seid ihr alle so dense?
I'm just sleepy. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Yes, no doubt about it.
Interesting.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm. Really, I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot
Mhm.
a jot of
Jot.
difference. A jot difference. I suppose this is for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Siegs.
Look at all the fucks I give.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Why do you bow? I did all the job.
you done shit.
You're hindering us.
Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Roni? What would happen to him?
Dog food.
Well, he gets his sleep.
Yeah.
His internal
Oh,
sleep.
no.
For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. Was all
That's
my
my
fault.
Yeah, that's my job. It's not your fault, shut up.
It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Yeah, leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
I'm horny. All right.
Alright.
One last thing, Constable.
Sure.
Let this be a lesson to you.
Get your sleep.
In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
So look for that damn rose.
Yes. Yeah.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, huh? You mean to say?
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over.
Bevor er sich wirklich noch überlegt, ihm die Provision zu entziehen.
Sure.
Aber gut, dass er nicht gefeuert wurde.
Oh ja.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts there, principally. That the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
It's not a crime, it's an accident.
Happy little accidents.
Nope, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Fanzigi, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Yay!
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
There we go.
Ja, wird er schließlich geworfen. Ja.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
Yeah, the same person we wanted to ask a half an hour ago. My assistant made the same request earlier. If you paid attention, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case, whoosh! It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garrideb. Oh, me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
You said you have no objections. Shut up.
That request has already been denied.
But now we have
denied.
to step far.
Demonic denied.
We have established the
Empiric
reason why. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened the window that looks over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged cased window, the book plummeted directly down. Like this, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage, and as such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on.
Erstens stimmt das gar nicht und zweitens, na und?
So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garretup. This knife, the one removed from the victim's bag, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Liar.
Kenn ich nicht.
Can you repeat that under oath? Seriously? No, I'm supposed to remember everything I pick up and throw at my husband?
Yes, this is imperative.
And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Then I just ask your husband if that's his knife.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. Judicial process. Ich mache mir gleich wirklich den Rum auf, ey. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
Es ist halt super, wie es aussieht, würde es mit das so
Also, als würde er selber das besagen.
Ja.
Keiner wäre es gewesen, wenn es das so
Aber einfach nur ein
aufgeklickt
Grafikbug.
wäre.
Das ist einfach nur ein Grafikbug, dass da noch der Hintergrund
Ja.
dabei ist. Muss noch ausgepatcht werden.
But that's just a common, oh god, knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you even expect to know?
What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garretup?
I threw like 5 knives at him. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
This is bullshit and I'm leaving!
Oh, the poor woman. Oh no, oh no. Oh, so yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. It just happened right under your window. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, okay. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already, like she
knife.
did. Yeah, like a knife.
Then take a stand, juror.
No, oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense request to cross-examine this woman.
now we're friends again. Hello. Thank
I'm
you.
not your friend.
So the turntables.
Thank you, Lord von Sie.
I'm not your friend, mate.
I'm
Oh,
not your mate, pal.
Yeah, he's Australian now.
I'm not your pal, buddy. Hey, buddy.
thank you, Lord von Zieks. No, I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garretup. And mark my words. Hands him a dictionary. In this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. You can handle the truth, don't you? Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my mate.
I'm not your mate, my lord.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
See, he knows what's up.
This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real.
What you mean Britain was not real before?
I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Technically, you're not, no, but well. Call yourself one.
Take it till you make it.
Yeah.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Okay, ich dachte, da kommt irgendwas.
Joan Garrett, Dominatrix.
Oh, yes, my name is John Garridup, and I'm a juror and such like. That's not an occupation, and that's not your job. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question.
When I woke up, I took a huge dump.
And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
It will be hard because I flushed it down.
Oh, dearie me. Jiggle, 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 jiggle.
Ja, das Bummel, ey.
Wie gut einfach.
Oh, ist Papi da, würde ich schon sagen.
Daddy so.
Habi, ja, ich denke auch.
Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now.
No. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Because I just couldn't cross-examine one witness.
Außerdem muss ich mir wieder Tee in den Schnitt gießen.
Ja.
Oh Gott. Oh.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
Where do you come from?
The door.
The door, yeah.
But what about your knee, dear?
I used it against the door. Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Fucking doors. Can you believe it? I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Die sollten eine Drehtür einbauen, ey. Das ist einfacher. Das ist einfacher.
Alter, die Tür.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Gary Depp? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Das dreimal hintereinander, ey.
Nö.
Warum haben wir nur Ehepaare heute im Zeugenstand?
Scheinbar.
I've seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Where you're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Oh, well, yes. Quiet. Bet you don't know my life. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling the juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. At once!
Aber vorher gehen wir in die Pause. Ich muss auf Toilette.
Ja, cool.
Perfekt.
Dann, Piss gleich.
Bis gleich.
I get the rum.
Machen wir eine Pause.
Jo, und sonst so?
Da bin ich wieder.
Wie ist mit dem Fall heute? Oh, Outlook not so good. Oh no. Ich vermisse Sherlock Holmes überhaupt. I do.
Was ich auch witzig finde an dem Emote ist, dass du irgendwie aussiehst wie Donna.
Ja, so ein bisschen. Könnt ihr hinkommen. Ah, Blutdonner.
Donna Human, yes. Fuck das.
Naja, wir haben ja immerhin da Blue
Burger.
Burger.
Besser als Blue Waffles, ne?
Boah.
So, I got my rum and now I'm waiting to...
For the effects to kick in. Oh,
Schon
man,
ein bisschen
I'm coming
unheimlich.
down.
Ich bin jetzt schon beim letzten Drittel der dritten Flasche.
Oha. Immer noch meine erste.
Ich habe gestern erst wieder eingekauft.
Ich mag halt rum. Ich bin auf den Geschmack gekommen.
Ich meine, es ist ja auch in Monkey Island, ne? Von daher.
Ja, ja.
Naja.
Und das Vanillearoma dazu.
So, the,
Ich trinke gerne Monkey Island, aber Monkey Island muss ich noch spielen.
Same.
the Battle of Garidep.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. She just got wild. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Dankeschön. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
What is wrong with you?
If that body thing in the victim's bag really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Schade, dass es doch keine Fingerprints gibt. Emma, wo bist du?
Well, it sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Yes, love is a battlefield, that's true.
Although, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a martial quarrel here? Yes.
Naruto. Da steht nicht Martial Arts. Miracle Arts, ja, natürlich.
Well. I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
Wait, let me just quickly. Can I open this? This 3D? There's some kind of. I can't find anything out of place. Okay. Snap.
Aha, die Spitze ist abgebrochen.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip.
The tip is broken.
A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right.
Auf dem Rücken.
Ooh, ow, oh, oh, oh. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yeah. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear! I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Okay, aber das ist schon mal ein sehr markantes Detail über das Ding.
Mhm. Sonst nicht?
Wenn sie... Nee, ansonsten ist es wirklich nur ein schlichtes Messer.
Okay. Keine Gravuren oder sonst was. Okay. Immerhin. That's a detail. Oh, ich hab jetzt... Ah, ja.
Und hier einfach ein Escanor-Buch rumliegen.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed.
These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Yeah, you're hoping it is.
And Ziggs may well be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have this cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
The reason is that you told us yesterday, I believe, is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right.
One more time for the court, please.
If I remember correctly,
Bit of a flashback.
it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garidep.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garidep found the note discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
That was nothing.
Yeah, just the usual everyday
Just
life.
scratched.
Same procedure as every morning.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up.
Das Gesicht ist ja auch mal geil.
Ja.
And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Please don't, please don't, please don't! Oh, God.
She is ready. A likely story. These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
More blows to the face.
Several liters of tea to the crotch.
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around the evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation to put yourself in.
Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see?
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? Oh, he's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
And water, apparently.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger. She's talking while sipping tea.
She must be a great ventriloquist.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, remember Ben and Triloquist? Ben Woodman?
Oh
and
no, oh no,
That was a fun case.
oh no.
What?
Not the circus.
Yes, the circus.
Flashbacks. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Mm-hmm. How did you know I was thinking that?
Which proves that Susato is a lying sack of shit.
Hey! So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall.
but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic,
A cabbage!
a towel, and a sponge, a napkin. That didn't flew white.
Die war wütend, da denkt man nicht rational.
Ja, bitte. Fällt Ihnen noch etwas ein?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir?
Mr. Gary Depp?
Don't shoot! I'm sorry. Beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ganze Kerle hat's auf ihn geworfen. Wow.
Ouch.
And the woman's name is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with everybody. Ah! Good grief, woman! We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Don't put tea in my pipe!
Oh, dearie me, we're ever so sorry, dear.
Was Verbit?
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Frag den Bellboy.
Oh, nicht der Bellboy.
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir?
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes? And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
That hurts.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? And you are under-exaggerating. What's it called? Son of English. Undermining? No.
Nee. Understating.
Understating, yeah. I wonder what we should make to the card. It could be important. It's yeah.
Ist doch immer die Antwort.
The defense believes Mr. Garridip's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Fuck you.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken.
You're a
Wise
poet.
word, someone who has lived 2,000 years.
In Australia. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
What? Really?
Ingrid erklärt indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Night one?
In that case,
I have to sneeze.
No, you don't.
Stop it.
It's gone.
Siehst du, sag ich doch.
Yeah, just stop it.
in that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Warum sagt ihr alle examine? Das heißt examine.
Examine.
Ich hab's gelernt währenddessen. Ich hab's gelernt.
Well, I don't see why not. There you go.
Hallo, Egolus. Understitching.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate.
Ingratiate?
Never heard that one before.
Yourself with a young lady.
Sie sagt doch alles.
Tonight's gonna be a bitch.
To be or not to be, ingratiate. Ingrat. Ingratiating? Schmeicheln.
Ingratiating.
Ingratiating. Ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Thanks.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Da heißt es examine.
Examine.
Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Geldep. And now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
We have plenty of knives.
Hold it! Jetzt einen Messerblock geworfen.
Oh Gott.
Also 6 Messer. die im Block steckten.
Mit dem Block.
So, schon ja, mit dem Block, genau. Schon in einem Ziegel, also einem Brick. Yep. Den hat er
Brick with knives.
Er hat den Ziegel gerade gefangen, die Löcher waren in der neue Messerblock. Zack, 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 zack.
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
I just did.
Nothing to say, really.
Okay.
Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work.
Oh, die sind befreundet.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
No. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meals times 2 instead of a knife and a fork. Bitte was?
Was?
2 knives.
Aber
Wie so Stäbchen.
der wie Zorro, ein Messer im Mund und 2.
2 Messerstil.
Er sagt wie Wolverine. Er nimmt zwar eine Gabel, aber
Ach
er hat
so.
auch 2 Messer. Wie Wolverine.
Oh Gott. Der hat ja einfach so zwischen den Fingern so.
Ja, so schnell kann man mehr Stücken Fleisch abschneiden.
Natürlich.
Also das ist vorausgearbeitet. Schlau der Mann.
Ja,
Strategisch.
Work smart, not hard.
Das Interesse, was ist in diesem Fall passiert? Zu viel.
Someone died.
No, no.
No. Almost died.
Okay.
Someone catch the knife. With
Yeah,
their
with the
back.
back, ja. Und die haben sich gestritten und da müssen wir jetzt herausfinden, dass das deren Messer ist, dass er durch das Fenster gefallen ist, auf das arme Opfer hinunter. Damit.
Vorher mussten wir herausfinden, dass das Opfer auf der anderen Straßenseite ursprünglich gelegen hat.
Ja.
Und also,
Sodass das ganze Ding hier Sinn macht. Wir müssen das ja irgendwie erklären, wie das zustande gekommen ist. Und die letzten Zeugen haben dazu. Ja, wir haben den Tatort verändert. Scheiße.
Wir?
Er.
er wollte einfach nur mal.
Schlafen.
Ich wollte einfach nur mit bei meiner Frau sitzen.
Einfach nur
Ich hätte
sitzen.
es fast ausgewundert. Ich sage, ich will einfach nur ein paar Socken, ein einziges Paar Socken haben, aber das ist. Nee.
Das wahrscheinlich auch. Weißt du, heutzutage tragen die Freundinnen immer die Hoodies der Kerle und damals waren einfach die Socken.
Oh.
Okay, dann weiß ich dann mal das Grundlegendste. Hab schon lange kein Ace Attorney Game gesehen.
Und zur Not, wenn wir hier durch sind, dann gibt es ja immer noch das Wiki, wo alles drin steht.
Ja, aber da ist
Genau.
Spoiler und so, nicht?
Ja, deswegen sag ich ja, wenn wir hier durch sind. Ja, sag ja, wenn wir mit dem Fall durch sind, dann du hast alles. Ja, also wenn wir heute durchschaffen, du bist noch dabei, dann kannst du hinterher für den Anfang nochmal ins Wiki gucken.
Oder in das
Oder du guckst dir die
VOD.
VODs an. Als
Doch,
Alles
die
noch da.
sind.
Alles noch da. Alles gehighlightet.
Ist du? Ne?
Alle 7 Teile. Also, bis dann sind 7.
Also 7 Teile, so lang ging der Fall.
Nein, Gott sei Dank nicht. Aber bestimmt schon.
Plötzlich habe ich
Part
From the
5.
Ashes Flashbacks.
Oh. Going. Keep going. Wie kann ich nachschauen? Juhu. Aber ja, der Teil. Wir sind ja schon bestimmt den 3. Stream dran, oder? In diesem einen Fall.
Ja, kommt hin.
Ja, definitiv, das ist der 3. Teil hier.
Ey,
Wow.
Part 7. Fall 4. Was?
Alter, die Hälfte des Streams gehört einfach diesem Fall.
Schrecklich, ey. Unnötig lang.
Wie lange hat der letzte Fall von den einen Ace Attorney gebraucht? Also der DLC-Fall?
Achso.
Also From the Ashes, ja, das ist halt der 24-Stunden-Fall.
Ja.
Oh.
Ja, der
In
war
dem stecken wir gerade, das weißt du noch, ne?
schön. Anyone swimming?
Oh Gott, habe ich das total vergessen.
Wir sollten alle mal zusammen schwimmen gehen. Das wäre eine Wucht.
Das ist so lange her, ich war im Kopf eingestellt, dass das noch bei Gordy waren.
Du warst noch bei deiner Mutter?
Also sowas wie deine Mutter gibt es nicht. Es tut mir leid, dir das sagen zu müssen.
Ich möchte ein Bild, das sagt, ich bin deine Mutter, hört mich brüllen.
Bester Gag ever, den wir gebracht haben. Alter.
Die du gebracht hast. Wir haben den bloß akzeptiert und weitergeführt.
Ja, okay, gut, den ich gebracht habe. Hab ich einfach aus Gordy deine Mutter gemacht und das haben wir weitergeführt.
Es hat einfach gepasst an allen Stellen.
Was ist deine Mutter? Großes, mysteriöses Seeungeheuer.
Okay.
Good times.
No, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage.
Here we go again. Oh shit. With the scoldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
I mean, it's not that bad. Nobody died.
Yet. Go on with your testimony, witness.
Witnesses.
Sir!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless you can produce proof? We can produce proof, sorry.
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes!
Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
You forgot my Nipper's mate.
Not your mate. We're not mating,
yet.
sunshine.
Not
We're not mating.
I'm gonna mate you.
Uh-oh.
My mate.
What? With a... Am I...
You're my mate.
M-A-I-D?
And I...
If you want to mate, Mrs. Garridip has, you know...
Wait, what?
with a D.
Maintenance?
Maintenance.
No maidens?
No maidens.
No maintenance?
Yeah, no maintenance. That it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose the wizardry like that is just a dream.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo?
That's a thing?
We can do that? Please tell me we can do that. Please, 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 please.
We got that skill unlocked?
What?
When?
You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists?
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
But I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence.
Not here.
German science.
Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter of
He's currently disgusting.
He's currently disgusting.
Vor allem, Strongheart sieht doch auch so ein bisschen
Deutsch aus?
wie ein Vorfahre von Dingens.
Swimboy?
Swimboy, ja, wie heißt er noch gleich?
Gant.
Damon Gant, genau. Das muss auch Vorfahr sein oder so.
Ja, kommt hin. Ist mir mal vorher, aber schwimmen mag. You like water?
You like swimming in the Thames? Discussing the matter of the
Yeah,
administrative
man
justice.
of the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. No, Emma, sit down. You're not important yet.
Crunching
You're not
snackoos.
born yet. Sit down, Emma. You're not born.
Eat your snackoos.
I was not born for another 100 years.
Shut up.
Katonk.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method.
Of proving our assertion.
Was ist mit Buchdruck? Du kannst doch einen Daumen- oder Fingerabdruck einfach mit einer Buchpresse, mit Tinte nachmachen. Das müsste doch schon gehen.
Ja, aber sie könnten ja nicht sehen auf dem...
Ja, dann denkt euch mal was aus.
Mit Mehl.
Holt euch
oder
Puder!
irgendwie? Ja, wir haben Puder, Mehl oder irgendwie.
Wenn ihr wisst, wie es funktioniert, prüft es.
Falls ihr Mehl oder Puder schon erfunden habt, ich weiß es doch nicht.
Und dann brauchen wir jemanden, der ein gutes Auge hat, um Fingerabdrücke zu vergleichen.
Oder?
Was mit deiner Mutter?
That this knife found in the victim's bag was originally in Mrs. Garadep's house.
Aber...
Mr. Garrett. Ah.
Oh,
John und Tony.
Jontony.
Jonathan. Wait, what?
Ich war gerade in Gedanken schon dabei, dass der Policeman ja das Ding auch... Ah, nee, hat er nicht. Nevermind, er hat ja nur die Leiche bewegt, nicht das Messer.
Ich nehme das Messer kurz raus. Oh, Entschuldigung.
Rolly just rolled the victim.
Only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. That sounds like a gimmick.
Blow into the switch.
On the DS. Blow into the microphone.
That's the extent of the testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know. Achso, wir müssen uns auch die Pfeife angucken.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
We could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory. It would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
The more you know.
So, for Soseki-san's sake, we must.
No, for his sake.
Fuck sake. We must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Let me go. Let me check. Oh, the knife is very broken. The pipe. The pipe.
Knife aber auch.
Oh, what is that? A shred of a knife?
The fuck?
The hell are you smoking, dude?
Aber gut. He's smoking metal. Aber schön, dass es nicht in der Leiche, in der Verletzten steckt.
Ja.
Verdammt, jetzt bin ich auch schon auf dem Trip, dass es eine Leiche wäre.
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of secrets, of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a
Oh, sorry. Egal. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Ka-ching.
It could be, and don't name me Shirley.
So, gucken wir uns das auch nochmal an. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadep's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadep, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Well, with the wife throwing things out of the window now and again.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been... what? It appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scraps and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new.
Ah, schön, wie auch einfach Nick einfach heißt so, dieser Nick, der muss neu sein. Der kommt erst in 100 oder 200 Jahren.
100.
Der ist ziemlich neu. Nö, das war's.
Ich wasch. Gut, wir haben alles Wichtige gefunden. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gaddidep's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the
Pieces of evidence again? Ja, wir haben uns das Ding schon angeguckt. Obwohl, müssen wir es nochmal angucken? Um jetzt die Connection zu machen?
Glaub ich nicht, aber kannst du trotzdem machen.
Snap! Snap, crackle, death. Whee!
Snap, crackle, and pop.
Oh, look there, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip, a small piece of blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Oh, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gaddidep's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe let's stick it together.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow I just knew it.
Somehow? You mean by using logic?
Edgeworth would be proud of you.
If he was already born.
So. A knife, for example. Plenty of knives around. I can say it. Not if you want to. When missing a third. Okay.
The knife.
Hier? Ja, wahrscheinlich, ne?
Yep.
Ich kann.
Besser ist ja. Ich meine, es ist relativ eindeutig, aber better safe than sorry.
Ja. Vor allem, wenn man nicht weiß, welche der zwei man pressen soll oder präsenten soll.
Wir probieren das Messer.
Ah, okay, wurde geupdatet, das ist nett. Hier, bitteschön! Ich würde mal sagen, das ist deins, ne? Tschüss!
Objection!
Ich habe hier wieder mal einen Filmfehler.
The music didn't stop. Warte mal.
Jetzt schon? Nee, mach mal noch nicht. Ich will dir erst ein paar Strafpunkte reinhauen.
No.
Oh. And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you want to wear?
But it's the only panic-stricken look I know.
Sheer, unadulterated panic.
Dann an der Stelle. For example, a knife.
Objection!
No. Also not. Okay. No.
Nee, ist nicht.
Na gut, dann nicht. Nothing strikes me about it. Nothing? Are you really sure?
Was für Andeutung? Hast du Lack gesoffen oder was?
Ich hab einen Lack gesoffen. Muss ich dann die Spitze andingsen?
Nee, mach mal noch ein nächstes Statement.
Ah,
Ja.
der Stelle. Na gut, versuchen wir es damit. Jetzt das hier?
Yep.
Objection!
Also,
Damage! What the fuck game? What's your damage?
Dann so rum.
Probier's. Kann schief gehen.
Ah! Das war die Kombi.
Vor allem, du würdest halt, die reden immer über die Messer. Ja, wir nehmen also das Messer. Dann müsste auffallen, dass da ein Stück fehlt. Oh, dieses Stück ist übrigens hier gewesen.
Ja, was auch in der Beschreibung steht von dem Gegenstand.
Ja, das ist so dumm. Tut mir leid, Spieler, das ist dumm.
Neben den 5 anderen Sachen, die dumm waren.
Ja, aber das ist
In diesem Fall.
Mindestens.
Mr. Garideb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't. It's a tip of a knife.
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now.
Okay, come closer.
Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
An N from an M or an RN for an M.
Yes. Or an A from an O.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must... very doozy.
Dizzy. Busy und Dizzy.
Ja, busy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Mm-hmm. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And guess where I found it? And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is, in fact, a crucial piece of evidence.
Diese kleine Spitze lag auf dem Tisch, hochkant, und er kloppt mit der Hand, mit der Faust auf den Tisch und rammt sich das Ding in die Faust.
And it's gone.
Hey, wanna see a magic trick?
Ja.
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
You just watched me shake it out of the
his
pipe.
Yeah. I was not looking.
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garideb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. Huh?
Blast me bagpipe!
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council?
It's the tip of the knife.
Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Yes, indeed.
Oh my god, you're all stupid, yes.
I am.
What?
I mean, Nani?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. We're finally at the end, apparently. I hope so.
Oh, sein Arsch ist ja so ein bisschen angesenkt.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Council.
Please don't make this 2 hours longer than needed.
Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court and drag this out for 2 more hours.
No.
What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
There you go.
Schmeißt das Messer an den Kopf.
This is the
Council, what
knife.
do you have there?
A knife!
No!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's bag. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tip lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt, its tip has suffered a familiar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Are you
Victim.
sure about
Dieses,
that?
dieses fucking faul, dieses Rollen.
Dieses Victim, ja, ja.
Dieses Victim. Diese wacky Victim.
Also basically, die abgebrochene Spitze ist, sind die Ballistic Marks.
Technically, yes.
Nope. No, that's not the case.
Hmm?
The tip of this particular knife's blade. This is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My heart!
Lord Van Ziggy!
I don't believe it.
Jetzt macht er aber wirklich den
Ja, ja, der
Das ist
See.
wirklich ein Bio, ja.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Just like we are. Ay, my friend.
Good golly gosh! But I thought you were not friends!
Oh, I'm stupid.
What? Alter!
Entschuldigung.
Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
It's a Aussie thing.
Wir Aussies, ja.
Ja, das fand ich so.
This is no magic me made.
It's just an Aussie moment.
You had to be there to laugh at this.
This is no magic, my lord.
This
Sparta!
is a miracle.
A miracle!
America.
Miracle whip.
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence. Did someone say coincidence?
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
The thing, usual onslaught. Was after, yes. I never saw it. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between the two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off course.
Good lord!
Yeah, yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in the pipe. But you kept smoking for days.
Smoking for days? Smoking for days.
Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
Ah!
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh no!
My ass is burned.
My butt is flaming!
I missed that one.
Oh, he poured himself some wine again. We're at the bullshit meter again.
Oder bei HelloFresh bestellt.
And... Oh, he's not throwing it yet. A full body theory. I'll give you that.
But
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage.
Passable.
Passable vintage. Müssen wir rum nachtanken. Allow me to toast my learned mate characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
sorry.
But after all, it's just a theory. Again, theory. And yeet.
Thanks for watching.
The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see...
Ooh, the leg
he's
again.
going
Ooh.
back in serious mode. Nice. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. That's correct?
Surmountable? What?
Easy word. Mountable.
Lord Fanziggy, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? I hope it's not my incontinency.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord.
An inconsistency that will drag out this trial for another 2 hours. Woo!
Also, I need to stretch my legs. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Well, of course it hit her when she was...
Crouching for the book that fell out.
Yep.
I've been saying this for 3 hours.
Yet nobody believed you.
Why is this a thing? Yes, in her. Not in her head, it's in her back. Yes, she crouched.
Junge.
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Also, the slap was nothing. Hit me harder.
Why do we have such weird kinks in this court?
Because we are. Shut up.
The other guy has a thing for choking. And he's... Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. Let's have a flashback.
No. You didn't hear me. I said once more, not twice more or thrice more or some arbitrary number. Once more.
And still we're gonna see it 5 times.
The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. That's how physics work. If a knife that struck her had fallen from above.
Bis dann. Regulos, danke fürs Reinschauen.
It? There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Excuse me, but that's not...
Ich mach gleich die Modding-Konsole auf und schreib hin, she was crouching for picking up the book from the ground. You asshole.
Ja.
Ja,
You're quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Which would have definitely killed her. Which would have definitely killed her. And still, it was the knife that was stuck in her back, and it matches the fragment in the pipe. Face the facts!
Ha, face.
Ha, facts. Those do not matter in Ace Attorney.
It's not a concept. It's a myth.
You lost your words, Laura.
I knew it. I never liked in theory in the first place.
Ja, und Ausschlag ist extreme.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
Willst du mir nicht sagen, dass dir einfällt, dass sie sich nach dem scheiß Buch gebückt hat? Warum ist das denn jetzt so ein Killer?
Blunder, Welteinwunder.
Warum macht das Spiel das?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Das ist mindestens genauso dumm wie die scheiß Sache mit dem Teller und dem Blut. Ah, ich habe den falschen Teller genommen, sorry. So, du hast 2 Teller in deinem Inventar und einer davon enthält Blut. Wir haben über Blut gesprochen. Rate mal, welchen Teller ich haben will.
Well,
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand.
That is most certainly true, yes.
Ich habe gehört, dass der zweite Teil besser sein soll. Ich hoffe dann, dass er nicht so einen Scheiß enthält. Wie hat das auch noch einen Ableger gekriegt?
Es hat Minigames.
Oh Gott, nein.
Maybe.
Oh Gott, nein.
I don't know, keine Ahnung.
Ich bin noch ein bisschen Danganronpa geschädigt. Hangman's Gambit, Logic Dive, Rebuttal and... wie hieß das letzte nochmal? Was ist das, dieses Rhythm Minigame? Wie hieß das nochmal?
Oh Gott, da fragst du mich zu viel.
PDA? Panic Something Attack irgendwie?
Panic Rhythm Attack, irgendwie, ach, keine Ahnung. Panic Time Action oder irgendwie so.
Ja,
Irgendein Scheiß einfach.
Your theory, my learned mate, is history.
Fuck off. Ist das dein Ernst darauf? Das ist jetzt der große Oh no Moment.
Nein, der hat einfach nur die Schnauze voll.
Ja, das verstehe
Ich will nicht mehr. Ich will nach Hause.
This is stupid and I'm leaving. I'm about to leave.
Oh, Gray, ich kann nicht mehr. Ich will nach Hause.
We were so close. I could see the truth. And there's just this minor detail missing that is just common logic.
You need a logic dive. That will help.
But the only person with logic superpowers in this universe is Miles Edgeworth, and he's not going to be born for another 100 years, at least.
I was so sure we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. But jumping 2 meters over a gap on the street while the ground is frozen, that's no problem. No one has to prove that, but while I prove that this is the exact knife that fell, there is a minor inconsistency that's blocking the way. Sure, of course. I hate this game.
Street lights, people.
Or in
girl.
Shh, shh.
How are you this drunk already?
Or in other words,
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Susato, the only one with logic.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Ja, It seems you have nothing to say, my Japanese mate. Well, your silence speaks volumes.
Shut up, I'm thinking.
Attack!
That's it?
Tacit.
A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
I have fucking evidence. Shut up!
Then show it to me.
I've already shown it to you. How is this so hard to understand? Ah. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back if she was standing straight. Under normal circumstances, that is.
Are we finally getting to it?
Yes, hopefully.
What are you implying?
Fight gegen Möbel.
Counsel!
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, that can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness!
Utter madness!
Wenn sie wenigstens so einen Aufriss wegen dieser Spitze gemacht hätten, aber nein, es ist, weil sie sich gebückt hat.
Surely this must be the last
I
time
hope
God
so.
will be witnessed. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak and end this madness.
Gladly. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle.
You've said that like 6 times.
I can successfully make sense of this. The truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife came lodged in the victim's back is the frickin' book. I'm still not safe.
Safe and sorry.
Yep.
Do not let your emotions get the better of you. But it is the fucking book.
Take the...
Oh, das wütende. Das hat man richtig gespielt.
Yeah. The storm is approaching.
Take that! This, the 4th book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
Burned book?
Is that not Mr. Garrideb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
So wie du gerade ihn sprichst, kommt mir vor wie dieser Conspiracy-Typ, der an seiner Pinnwand da so...
I have boxes of Philippe Dingens, wie heißt der?
Ja, Philipp, nicht Philipp Heinz, sondern Philipp. Schön.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Didn't you listen? He said he put it there because it was there before!
He's grasping for every last straw.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Mr. Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. The victim's hand. Huh?
Because it... Scene.
And scene.
I see. This is a book. Hand.
There's literally no difference as how to... how you speak in English. Das wäre noch besser gewesen. Stotter.
Wenn ich ihn genauso gesprochen hat wie bei seinem so, oh, Paddy. Wenn ich denn so gesprochen hätte.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up on her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Because it was thrown in the first.
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
You were there!
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor to the Garrideb household onto the pavement below. At precisely that moment, that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Ignore it and move on.
Kick it away.
Well, I can't really mention it. I suppose you might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in?
Lotrecht.
That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Glitch. And then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, whoosh, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of the back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
It was a coincidence.
No, this was nothing to more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident.
Did someone say unlikely?
A series of unlikely events.
Oh,
Unfortunate events. And that is the real truth behind this case. As I've
And I
told
don't
you.
know
it's
if
very
any of this is truth. I have enough of it. I just want to go home.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garudep, does that sound probable? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garudep.
She threw a knife at her husband. Of course,
Missed.
I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Yes, you tried to kill me.
I take full responsibility.
Bet you better.
I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear,
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh.
What a strong lad. Kinda.
Oh.
Und dann die freunden sich an.
Lord Franziggy, what news of Mrs. Garudep?
She's been taken off the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern.
Only depression. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. Da-da-da-dum.
Wo kommt die Gitarre her?
They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Diese Aktion wird Konsequenzen haben.
There's some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated.
She woke
Her
up.
condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Hey. Ah, it's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
Was, wer ich? Achso, das bin ich.
Yes? On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture,
Mm-hmm.
which is not so great after all, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no. Oh no, oder? Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes. I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
What did you do?
Nothing!
Yes, Constable Beach said the same thing, didn't he? He thought you had been killed too. I suppose you must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now. but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got to, the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police, no, for the doctor. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Shit happens, bro.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. Bamboozled we were. But thanks to Lord Van Ziggy and our young lawyer here from the east, whatever his name is, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh,
Now then, ladies and gentle beauties of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we're reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean once she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
Ach, je.
Was? Korke? Kenn ich nicht. Kann mal jemand schnell das Wort googeln?
ist der Geschichte
Wahrscheinlich,
erzählen.
okay, weil ich den Rest lesen. Verkorke?
Da will ich aber mal eine ordentliche Geschichte für die Enkel zu erzählen, habe ich nach Hause komme, nicht? Ist so.
Ich habe eine knorke
Die
Geschichte zu
Mordsache, ein
erzählen.
Prachtkerl.
Ja, meine Fresse, was das für ein Hammer an Geschichte, nicht? Also so.
Scheiß mir einer aufs Auge, du.
Ew.
Very well, ladies and gentle beauties of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
So, guilty as fuck.
Genau. Weil 6 Not Guilties machen ein Guilty as fuck. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you guilty as fuck.
And that's the bottom line, because I said so. Yeah, Konfetti! Und warum ist Feuerwerk? Offenes Feuer im Courtroom. Das hat letztes Mal nicht gut ausgegangen.
And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yeah, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more, as soon as we have chopped off your head. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture.
In handcuffs.
And may you never again be brought before me. Meep. Oh, yes, sir, of course. Oh, my life. I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. I'm out. Peace.
Mein Job.
Get the hell out of my courtroom.
Jetzt ist er frei, um auf dem Scheiterhaufen in der Kutsche zu enden.
So wie wir das hier in Großbritannien nun mal machen.
Das ist der Februar, 3:17 Uhr.
Oh, Locum!
Wait, you mean me? What?
Of course! Is there any other Locum here?
Is there even one?
It's real musket.
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with just using my actual name?
Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free!
I'm free at last. Thank Almighty, I'm free at last.
Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! I want to break free! Any hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that!
What? Ow.
Lovely lawyer, Locum lawyer!
Yes? Huh?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback!
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
What?
Ah!
Today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot!
Boot to the head.
You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all the babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth.
Such alliterations.
And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of my hard work?
Tobias? Oder Sherlock? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
It's Sherlock! I mean, Jones.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Where have you been?
Let me weave you a tale of how I got out of bed this morning.
Oh, spare us the pleasantries.
Naked.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you! Finally, at the end of the trial.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Yeah, not thanks to you.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Is he stupid?
It's just finished.
What? No, then my haste was in vain? Ah, it's you!
Oh, okay.
Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first.
Without handcuffs.
Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal! I'm going to give you a piece of my mind!
And this is how Soseki turned into Moriarty.
Huh.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah! Had she been taken to hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! Fuck! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Aww.
Nothing.
Aww.
Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Und dann einfach so, okay, fuck you.
Poor Soseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Ah, not von Siegs.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why me? Susato.
With a perfectly executed Susato's takedown.
Next time, just take the bow.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato.
Und so sehe ich so, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I'm dead.
Jetzt hat er weniger Angst vor Van Siegs, jetzt hat er mehr Angst vor ihr.
Ja.
So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Well, I certainly would do that if I had any. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world? Escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all!
That's totally it.
The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
Exactly. Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and we took weeks to get here.
A month even.
And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you
Ich wollte
not?
gerade sagen, we still have no lodgings. That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings!
No, thank you. Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with floor, ceiling, and walls.
Außerdem, Reno,
Right.
du hast monatelang im Schrank gelebt, also sollte es für dich nicht so wirklich eine Umstellung sein.
Es ist einfach nur ein größerer Schrank.
Eben, eben. Du hast in diesem größeren Schrank hast du vielleicht noch einen extra Schrank.
Schrankception. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit!
Thanks.
Oh,
Oh my, an evil spirit? A cat?
Oder?
Oh, yes! It tries to suffocate you while you sleep.
It's the cat.
It's an infallible wake-up call.
Ist eine Katze.
It's the cat.
Ja, ich wollte gerade, das ist die Katze einfach.
Well, we'll think about it if that's alright. Can we adopt the cat?
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Erst du need to fuck yourself.
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure this isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful!
What an honor to be invited to take lodgings at the Great Detective's office. Static. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then, I guess.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for our formal release. For your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Someone's gotta be.
Sharing lodgings with Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. A shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome, we'll meet again one day.
Foreshadowing? Yeah, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Maybe you'll be dead by then. And you've been murdered.
No!
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Let's link arms.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
Are we on a date? We're going on a date. Right. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established... Try saying that 5 times fast. We rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Nice. The attic's room. The attic room. So this...
It's to be our new office, yes.
No, I thought this is where we sleep. Our office? I rather like the sound of that, actually.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
It needs a plant. We have to call it Chuck.
Chuck? War das nicht Charlie?
Charlie? Charlie! Sorry. Chuck the plant was from Manic Mansion.
Let's Chuck the
Charlie,
plant.
wo ist der Unterschied?
Charlie Chuck. Plants called something.
Chuck E. Cheese, Charlie.
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step.
No, I can't see it. I am dead.
But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
It's you better. So, my dear fellow, do you like the place?
Oh. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good. I am pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
And we're all alone in the attic. Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel?
Please pull your pants up.
Your hand on my butt?
That's not my hand.
Sorry. Two are meant to be coupled.
You have your own office in the capital?
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, sure. It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Das kann man einfach alles falsch auslegen.
Mhm. Er hat noch vollkommen die Sätze im Kopf, die er eigentlich sagen wollte, weil er das erste halt auch so falsch verstanden hat. Ja, aber weiter funktioniert doch so. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadow, what did you do?
Shadow? What do you mean?
Nothing. I didn't. No. Don't look at me that way. I must have done anything.
Maybe I can remember.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London.
No, there's no place like London. Grr. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. To be continued. End. Hey! Finally!
Yeah, Spiel durchgespielt.
Landed in London. So, dieser Fall hat jetzt nichts mit dem Ende oder sonst was zu tun. Also, ne, dass der so losgelöst ist von allem. Dass wir jetzt 3 Streams daran gesessen haben für, ja, zusammenhangslos. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story.
Wollen wir da reingucken oder behalten wir es fürs nächste Mal?
Ja, wir können ja.
Nächstes Mal. Oder zumindest Pause erstmal nochmal.
Wie lange willst du überhaupt machen?
Wie lange wollt ihr noch machen?
Jetzt wälzt die Frage nicht an uns ab.
Also ich könnte eine Essenspause vertragen.
Ja, das klingt gut eigentlich.
Ja.
Soll ich die Leute mal umziehen, by the way? Ich hab ja... Yes. Ja, so tolle DLCs und so, weil ich... Special Contents. Hey, wir sind doch jetzt in London angekommen. Na? Hä? Ne? Ach so, only available for... Oh, never mind then. Aber das ziehen wir ihm nicht an.
Nein.
Das ist ein bisschen cursed.
Why not?
That's cultural appropriation and not fine.
I mean... Pink? It's got a kitty mask.
Aber es ist rosa.
Sie ist rosa.
Na und? Der Jeder hat auch ein rosa, also so ein pink Shirt angehabt. And he rocks that shit.
Es liegt nicht daran, dass es rosa ist. Es liegt eher daran, dass es zu freizügig ist. Obwohl, can't decide. Na gut, dann kann ich das erst im nächsten Mal. Also, im zweiten Teil. Und dann machen wir erstmal eine Pause. Eine Essenspause. Und dann sehen wir uns bei The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story wieder.
Bis gleich.
Bis dann.
Das habe ich gesehen. Hm? So. never left.
ich diesmal den Knopf richtig gedrückt? Yes.
Hello, we are back.
We are?
We are.
Oh shit, we are!
Oh, damn it, I have to pull up my pants.
What? What did you do?
What? Nothing? Are we cancelled now?
Yes.
Ah,
Stream
hurra!
is over. Danke fürs Warten. Tschüss.
Welcome
Thanks, me.
I'll be
T-shirt's
right back.
coming.
Ja.
So, dann.
Wir kommen zurück. Wow.
Mit so ein Stündchen 2, nehme ich an. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Mal gucken, wie weit wir kommen. Bis zum Speicherpunkt, würde ich mal sagen. Bis zu einem To Be Continued. Ja, 5 Stunden. Stimmt, es gab keinen Speicherpunkt diesmal, ne? Ah. Was? So. Achso, ich kann die
Choose your chapter.
Es gibt 5 Kapitel in diesem Fall. Gut zu wissen.
Und alles und jede davon dauert 5 Stunden.
Ich sehe noch nur 6. Also.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
He's a good boy.
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. Ooh, suddenly we're 2 months here. That's nice.
Ah, cool, time skip.
In that disconcerting courtroom experience, we were first thrown into on the day we arrived. We were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country zone. And in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So, life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until the Fire Nation attacked. Until it was shattered one day by that faithful telegram. Faithful.
First you Telegram. I'm switching to WhatsApp.
Oh god, heel turn.
15th of April, Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
So it's legal then.
Wer wagt es?
Knock 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 Renoske, knock 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 Renoske, knock 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 Renoske.
That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. Oh, cozy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san?
Yes. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today?
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite?
always makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she?
And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form.
We're not in court. Sister, why? What are you talking about?
Let me see. What case is it today?
Here we go again.
Oh shit.
Erstmal gucke ich mich um. Sehe ich hier irgendwo eine Leiter? Ich möchte eine Leiter haben. Ja, ist da eine Leiter.
Das wäre nur eine Trittleiter eigentlich, aber...
Kannst du mir nicht angucken? Eine Leiter. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I want a ladder! There must be a ladder somewhere. No ladders.
Blueprints.
No ladders, no bitches.
No ladders. But tea. We have tea.
Oh, der Kaffee schmeckt scheiße.
So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter.
Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face so.
It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle.
Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san?
Ah, thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes for me from time to time, and Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover.
Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment.
Accompaniment?
To British tea cakes, don't you think?
Hey, a shovel. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place.
Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san.
It's a shovel. Oh wait, are we having the latter conversation about a shovel now?
Yes, there's an achievement for that.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it.
Klingt so schön einfach die Beschreibung auch für Lancer bei Deltarune. I'm not saying he's a spade. Or not to call a spade, but he's a spade.
Nein,
Because he's the jack of spades.
Yes, spades. Es gibt tatsächlich ein Ace of Spades.
Ja, das Pik Ass.
Also, Achievement.
Right.
For having dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades. Every argument? What do you mean, every argument?
Well, there is...
Every argument.
Like ladders and step ladders, there are spades and shovels hidden throughout the game.
Pro Spiel 1, nehme ich an.
I sure hope so.
So, shovels and spades it is then. Right. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. Like granddad, like great-great-great-great-great-grandson.
It's messy jeans.
You could tidy up once in a while.
Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause.
And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework.
She wins. But I'm supposed to be the lawyer here.
Well, shit, you got me there.
The Daruma doll I brought with me from home. It's a bit big. How did that fit into the luggage you were stuck in?
What luggage? There was only the cupboard.
Ja,
There's
aber
only the wardrobe.
er kam ja in einem Koffer.
Still.
Er hat sich darum mal drum gerollt. In dem Koffer, in dem er auf das Schiff kam.
Roma gekümmert.
Er hat sich darum mal gerollt. Never mind. I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. That feeling will never leave you. I tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. Nicht. Was ist das eigentlich?
And the blueprint.
Ah, this must be the telegram. Oh, ich dachte, ich wollte zur Tür. Na gut. Let's see.
No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances.
Alright, I won't.
Are you texting someone?
I'm sorry,
Are you-
Naruhodo-san,
Are you being naughty?
but you can be very mischievous at times.
Then put the telegram away if you don't want people to looking at it.
Es nennt sich Briefgeheimnis.
Naruhodo.
More like Naruhodo und.
Da draußen, Mann. We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too.
It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass inside your room.
Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? I see a plant! Or is that the door?
That seems to be the door.
Oh, it's the door. Okay, also
Alter, die Tür!
haben sie ein Aquarium statt einer Pflanze? Okay.
Alles klar, Marcel. Bis dann.
Bye bye.
Bis in
Gute
ein paar
Nacht.
Monaten.
Also hier bei Ace Attorney zumindest in ein paar Monaten.
Do you know I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san? I've never even peeped inside.
I shink.
I shink?
Ich schink.
I should think so too!
Okto Schinken.
I should think so too!
A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
Oh, Trucy,
no
you are
maidens.
bad.
No, you're not good. No maidens for you.
Oh.
No maidens?
You're maidenless.
Oh. What secrets do you have, Susato?
Well, if she told you, they wouldn't be secrets anymore.
Tell me.
Whatever you say, young maiden. Ich will nicht über das... Okay. Das war's? Na gut.
Haben die Katze nicht adoptiert?
Oh, nee, die war ja bei Dingens.
Ja, aber die hätten wir trotzdem mitnehmen können.
Ja, finde ich
Ich
auch.
will aber die Katze haben!
Eine Katze. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. This morning. Like 5 minutes ago when I woke up, apparently.
Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. Fine then. How are you? This morning. I suppose Soseki-san will have... Also, ja, stimmt, Soseki, nicht Susato. Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan.
Namen, wer ist schon wer?
Will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram for him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Unlike mine, but well.
Is something wrong, Naruhoto-san?
I was just wondering. What might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all.
You mean, as regards Lord Van Zieks, the Reaper?
Yeah. I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it? They say that no one who stands in the dock can be safe from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London.
Even 2 months ago, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yes, but at least Ozaki-san is safely out of the country now, presumably that means.
That the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps?
Even if that's the case, it's a bit of comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months.
Drinking wine.
Surely not...
And throwing glasses.
Oi. And bottles. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Oh?
Yes. Since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's been... me who had to face him in this recent spate of trials then? Ugh, just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry, what was that?
Nothing. Never mind.
Okay.
Hey.
Alright, then keep your secrets.
Have you seen my nice armband? Oh, sorry. Have you seen my nice armband?
It means a great deal to me, you know? That you cherish his armband so and wear it each time you appear in court.
Well, it's very important to me. It's what shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it, especially when I'm at the critical point in a trial.
But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit that park.
Sometimes I forget to take it off.
Du willst einfach nur ein bisschen angeben damit.
Okay.
Ich liebe Anwaltsmarken. Hier ist meine. Ja. Guck mal meine Marke. Guck mal meine Marke. Guck mal meine Marke. Ja, okay. Na dann gehen wir mal ein Stockwerk tiefer.
Yes. Knock knock. Breakfast.
Good morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris.
Is that
Iris.
Sholmes?
It's Iris.
Iris? Is that Sholmes?
It's some violent...
Violence.
Violence.
Mm.
The violin of violence.
Ah. Iris. Oh.
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Oh, don't
Mr.
mind me.
Popo, are you torturing cats? Oh, come on, Tommy. I don't torture cats.
I don't torture cats.
Ah, yes, you noticed that, did you?
Oh my god, what the hell is it? It feels like a drill in my ear, and another drill in the other ear, and a meeting in the middle.
Hurdy isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh no! Babe!
Hello.
Nein, das ist Kasumas Stimme.
Das ist auch seine.
Nein,
Doch, so ein bisschen.
die war höher.
Hello.
Aber er ist traurig.
Hello.
Er ist niedergeschlagen. Hello.
Hello.
Infinidagger! Why did you not tell me the Infinidagger would kill me?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Oh Gott.
A good morning to die, perhaps.
Oh
For
God.
you.
Tamaki, is that you? Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before.
My analytical mind is dead. Music is
what?
dead. Zavardo is dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence.
Keine neuen Fälle für dich, ja? My mind rebels like stagnation. Give me problems with me work. I'm afraid I don't understand.
Nobody does. It isn't funny. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much rubble.
Oh Gott.
This Herbert guy needs to get laid. Speaking of pussy.
Katze! Katze! Oh look! It's Wagahai! We did!
Wagahai?
Wagahai.
What's
What happened to your
Wagahai?
voice? What happened to your voice, Yurinosuke?
Hey, look, it's Wagahai! Wagahai war
hi.
Nico.
Wack, wack.
Die Katze ist einfach... Warte, ist die Figur so oder ist das eine Betitelung? Ich weiß gerade nicht mehr. Die Proportionen sind ein bisschen irgendwie gruselig. Ein bisschen.
Kätzchenschlacht! Nein, ich bin allergisch gegen Niedlichkeit!
Flitsch. Oh. Dann. Ich weiß nur, es gibt eine Geschichte oder ein Gedicht, das heißt Wagahai wa Neko. Und das heißt halt, entweder ich bin eine Katze oder Wagahai ist eine Katze. Also. Danach haben sie die Katze benannt.
Good morning, boy!
Boy!
Wow.
Bra.
It must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there?
Through the door.
No, how did the door get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die.
Das ist
Today
los,
is a
Sholmes.
good day for you to die.
I knew something looked different. Oh, something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk.
Deck? From his deck. His deck. Somebody stole his blue eyes.
Now they are green.
Gehen wir mal von links nach rechts. Was ist mit deinem Desk passiert? Warum ist das leer? Erzähl mal. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. We don't want that. There's a skull. Hello, Mary. There's all sorts of on these shelves. Chemistry, apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before.
No elves.
It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such charmingly
Wait.
the collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
und mich kackst du an, dass mein Schreibtisch unordentlich ist? Aber bei ihm ist es charming? Screw you, Susato. Just looks messy to me.
Fangirl. Ja, Heresy einfach nur, ne?
It just looks messy to me, like my desk.
But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself.
No favoritism here, there then? None at all. I see. That's... okay. Zählt zum anderen Rest.
What do you call a man with 2 donkeys? Biased.
Ui. Ah, yes, the letters V and R inscribed on the wall in bullet holes. Isn't it the initials of the Queen or something?
It's so delightful to see it in the flesh, having read about it in the stories. It was so inspiring. I fired 100 arrows into my own wall at home to make the characters for Sue of Susato, you know?
Super. But perhaps there are some things the great detective does that you don't need to copy? Okay. Achso. So weit oben, dass ich das nicht gesehen habe. So, weiter. Hey, Iris. It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I?
You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Would you like me being mischievous? Oh, there's a knife. That's nice. The fire's burning comfortingly in the grate again today.
Oh no, there's a knife. Close the window.
It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow.
Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting.
Irene Adler? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Oh, the woman. Ah, eine Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Nett.
Oh man.
These are mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beef steak from La Carnival would be on display here.
A mystery shoe, curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon? Ah, what an entrancing collection.
It looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelf.
Well, you really ought to learn how to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo.
Nope. No favoritism there at all.
What's with this lost sassy child?
Later. Sorry. I'll talk with you later. I'll have to inspect the room a bit more. What is this? This is your part of the room, I guess. Iris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain.
The English pastime of teas has many similarities with our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But there's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start. There's already something typed in it, though.
That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed.
Ah, yes, Mr. Natsume.
That's
That's what I'll be doing too once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenching fists and teeth. I hope he does. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems.
Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well.
Ah, chemistry, takedown throws. What diverse skills you boast, Mr. Sato.
As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list.
But it's what you're best at.
Ich kann sagen, du kannst Selbstverteidigung, das ist gut. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery.
Oh, how intriguing! It must be the title of Iris' latest work. Oh my! I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us.
Susato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine.
Nein, das wäre Maya.
Committing that crime. And blaming it on someone else.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Couscous. Gift.
Gift für Cusco. Das Gift zur Verwendung, um Cusco zu vergiften. Cuscos Gift.
Okay, that's nice.
We're done. There's only Iris now. Alles ist Iris und nichts tut weh.
So, Wagahai, about the cat. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then.
Oh yes, I've been very attached to little Waggy.
Oh, it would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Oh, cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse as empty as the hearts of the muses.
Oh! If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed.
Tripped. Death by tripping. Well, not really, but...
Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Oh.
Ra.
Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What? What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat.
The what mod?
Oh, gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like.
Ja, so macht das die Laien.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Okay then.
Sie hat im Grunde die Rube Goldberg-Maschine erfunden.
Mhm. Hier habe ich auch alles. Warum sind um 8 Uhr abends ständig draußen Kinder und schreien rum? Solltet ihr nicht langsam im Bett sein?
Nein, die sind noch zum Grillen eingeladen.
Also, my dearest friend, have you seen my armband?
My learned European friend.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, could I ask for your opinion about this? No?
Nö, will nicht. You lure me to raise my languid head with the promise of some mental exaltation. Yet in my morbid depression, I am confronted with the most mundane of problems.
It's morbid time.
Oh. Okay.
My mind finds greater stimulation in the unforgiving monotony of the floor than in your miserable offering.
Wow. Always glad to help.
Oh, my head weighs heavy on my shoulders.
Right. Okay.
You maybe need some magazines or I don't know. Just
You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened?
How could you tell? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like a dawn chorus. Its mellissonant tones would make flowers bloom.
Sure. It would?
But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Life sucks. For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored, to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. Just like me. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Ah, ich denke mal, sie nennt ihn Hurley.
Eigentlich wär's Shirley.
Ja, Hurley.
Mr.
Mr. Hurley, wo sind die Pulveraffen?
Wo sind die Affenpuppen?
Oh Gott, we are die Pulveraffen.
Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time.
Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, next they unmercifully withdraw it.
Oh dear.
Ah, why is this happening to me? I made my mistakes. They take the turn I have for the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sake? What is left?
An instrument? Oh. I. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Well,
Well, partially.
you know his deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Well done, Mr. Soto. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analytiscope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Windbags? Oh god.
Oldback?
Is Oldback here?
Wendy Oldback. Oh
Also
Gott.
die OG Oldback.
Die OG Oldback.
Genau, ne? Also,
Zu diesem Zeitpunkt dürfte sie 60 Jahre alt sein.
Sorry, it's
ja
at,
gut, mal ungefähr, ja, kommt hin.
it's at a windy bank?
No, Windy Banks, the prawn brokery.
Pawn. A pawn. Oh, what? You couldn't pay your rent, could you? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it very important? A very important machine for your work?
I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. We don't have any money either, but I should have gladly passed that little income I have to you. What income do you have?
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you.
Is it? It doesn't sound ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
What's not to understand exactly? Then tell us, how does pawnbroking work? So, what did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works?
To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. Ich verkaufe diese feinen Lederjacken. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned.
I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. For stock markets.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious.
So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see?
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain.
Of course you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
Like my heart.
Oh, my mind, what does it matter? Zavaldo is dead to me now.
Got the...
Roar!
Oh, what was that?
It was me!
Wagga hi? Oh. Just the cat being the cat then.
What was that?
Oh no! Wagga hi's tangled up in
Your violin! How did that happen?
I think he thinks it's a toy!
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Shope's precious violin.
Fuck this violin! Meow!
Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised.
The cat plays better than me.
The cat is a more accomplished musician than I now.
Währenddessen die Katze so, oh, wenn sie mich ärgert, macht's keinen Spaß.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. I guess. Oh yeah. So, this is the violin, isn't it?
It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in Zavardo, played by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari.
Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me.
I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley.
Are you sure it's a real Stradivarius?
A broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings.
How honorable of you.
And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I've made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Sholmes?
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Fuck?
What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Huge.
Oh, Susie's right!
Okay.
Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different.
That's not at all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. That was the cat, I guess. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Sag ich doch, es ist viel zu groß für die Violine.
What's this?
Du spielst einfach das falsche Instrument, kann das sein?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Du spielst einen kleinen Bass.
What?
Das ist eine Arschgeige.
Just like you.
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
Wouldn't it be smaller?
Nee, Viola ist normal große. Violin ist ja so schon, klingt so klein.
Ist das nicht Voila?
Voila, nein. Viola.
Wow.
Italian, not French.
Oh.
What?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright?
You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam?
Not your faithful performing partner, then.
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. So let's ask her. Where did you put his violin? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybanks until last week.
At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Shope's beloved musical partner, how dare you!
There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows.
Yes, please.
Always let the beloved child travel.
Ah, yes indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hopes that it would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea.
It's an instrument, Susato.
Yeah, that does not work like that. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber.
But... Oh... Wouldn't it be timbre? But I get it.
I don't really care.
No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings.
Pshaw! A fine state of affairs is this, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo? Never trust the pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time!
Mm-hmm.
Get it? Because it's a fiddle? It's funny? Why are you not laughing?
Oof. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. So what is it then?
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere.
Me? Sorry, what?
Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word.
Let's throw some hands. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Miss Susato.
Huh?
Not a moment's delay.
Yoo-hoo!
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs, and I'm still at breakfast. I haven't finished my tea.
My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect? To press your egg ever more obtusely?
I am super hungry. Go get your violin back. Alright, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Runa. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers looks like. I hope you stay dressed like this because I like it. I mean,
I will certainly not.
please don't put on a coat. It's April. We can make a street.
Aww.
Schritt für Schritt, oder? Achso, ist direkt davor. Okay. Wir sind direkt davor. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop.
Ah, that's Windybank's, the pawnbrokery.
It looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally.
It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not my fountain pen. Ich möchte mich nach Hinweismünzen umgucken.
Wenn es hier Kingdom 3 wäre, würde ich sagen, oh look, a lucky emblem.
Oh ja, let's make a photo.
Hier finden wir bestimmt ein paar Zutaten.
Das ist ja direkt nebenan.
To find some ingredients?
It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this.
Sieht die Hütte wirklich so aus, in echt?
Nein, das ist kein Corner-Dingens. Also definitiv links und rechts noch Gebäude. Nichts an so einer winzigen Ecke. Ich weiß natürlich nicht, wie kaputt der Zweite Weltkrieg es gemacht hat, aber echte 221B Baker Street ist in einer langen Straße.
Okay.
Und rechts davon ist oder war Café.
Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about. But I'd be happy to defend you, of course.
I don't know what you're talking about. Batman lives in Gotham City and not in London. He's the world's greatest detective.
Okay. Aber ja, sieht mehr Layton aus als... Na gut, dann gehen wir mal rein.
Das sieht mir so sehr nach einem Wimmelbild.
Das ist ja basically auch.
Aber nur besser organisiert, alles geordneter.
So ein Wimmelbild auf leicht.
Mhm.
So, this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh, ich sehe den Denker. Ist ja eine Mordwaffe.
Oh yeah. Oh, I wonder if they say something about this.
Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid my eyes on before.
Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to score the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this.
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
Oh, you put on your coat.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, take your shirt off. I mean, your coat
Why
off.
are we here?
Because
You ever wonder why we're here?
yes, because he traded in his violin.
Oh no, it's one of the world's greatest mysteries.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Come on, here,
Ich
let's
gesagt,
eat.
das würde irgendwie nur mit eine kleben, ey.
Am.
Hatte auch.
Ja, komm, hier, komm.
Und sie kommt doch schon so. That motherfucker just hit me.
Ja, komm, na komm, fertig. Willst du die Nummer noch mal sehen? Die ist beim ersten Mal ziemlich schön
Bong.
begreifen. Bong. Ja, komm, her. Nochmal.
Bong.
Donk.
Gleich kommt
Omayowa. Mu. Shinderyu.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Gleich gibt's einen Susato Takedown.
Nee, das hält so aus. So, sie ist gerade sehr konfliktet, ob sie es machen sollte oder nicht, aber es ist ja halt ihr Idol.
Ja.
Der Mann, der nichts falsch machen kann.
And clearly Mr. Jones means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes.
He seems familiar.
Mr. Grossberg, ist der
Kinda.
Does he have hemorrhoids?
Who's voicing him?
I don't know, I don't want him.
I don't want him. Ja gut, du hast
Wow.
ja schon Dingens, Jones.
Well, I guess I'm doing it.
How do I voice him?
Oh, Mr. Shells, welcome back.
Fetto Kuma? Bist du's?
So eine Mischung aus Hifumi und Monokuma.
Na, eigentlich nur Hifumi in dem Sinne.
Yes.
So, ja.
Welcome back.
Im Bild?
Hm?
Ob er ein Bild hat. Oder ob das nur ein,
Ja,
ob er ein Rando ist.
Liste, oder?
Did he make the list? Das ist unsere Liste. Oh Gott, wir haben...
Did he make the list? He just made the list!
Down.
Oh wow, would you look at that, Crimson, das wäre eigentlich dein Charakter.
Well, shit.
Aber ich kann ihn ja auch übernehmen, weil
Ja.
Ja, weil Sholmes ist schon da.
ich sitze hier die ganze Zeit so
Was
rum.
sowieso immer alles so ein, ja, wir verteilen es mal irgendwie random und dann mal sehen, wer dann in welcher Szene auftritt.
Ja.
Eben, ich habe ja an sich eine Rolly, weil an sich auch Chiaras Patient, aber ja.
Ja.
Wenn ich mal in dem Moment nicht da ist, hast du übernehmen müssen.
Ja, ob das so war, aber ja.
Doch, ich weiß ganz genau, ich kam wieder und plötzlich stand da dieses Pärchen, die so, okay.
Okay. I'm back.
Did you hear that present welcome?
Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. And you are,
We are disgruntled
Sorry.
not order. And it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire.
deshalb.
Come, the fight is afoot.
No.
Come. Warum muss ich da wirklich an die Voice von Billy Say aus Kingdom Hearts denken, ey? Come. Und mein Favorit.
Come, Guardian.
Come, Guardian. Das ist furchtbar.
What are you doing, Windybank?
Ich will mich umgucken.
Not now, we are not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this broker a lesson. Left and right and
Oh, but there's just so many fascinating items, like the thinker. It looks like
you could kill someone with this.
I would die to look at it.
It looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windyback first before you can explore in here, Miss Susato.
Fine.
Fine. Let's talk then. Hier, meine Anwaltsmarke. Oh, wait. Verdammt.
Hey, what are you doing?
Mr. Winnieberg, how about this? Ja, ich gebe dir $5 dafür. Pfund.
Let me see. I'll give you 2 pence for it.
Just Tuppence? Oh,
2 pence.
Tuppence.
Ich gebe dir eine Tupperware dafür.
Das sind 2 Penny Tuppence.
Lass mal tauschen. Hier ist eine Tupperware.
Toll. No, I don't want to pawn it. Tuppence are back. I hope you brought the viola with you.
Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes.
The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, you're right. You pay for it, and I guess it's not my problem anymore. I'm so sorry, very, very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable for me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker.
Ja, wie die Stimme was überhaupt nicht
Ja, was Tiefes.
Du müsstest wesentlich tiefer gehen.
There's only one way to make an amend.
Das ist besser.
Ja, das passt besser.
Kind of.
Run for it! Okay, er holt
what?
was. What?
Wow, hey, chill. That's, kind of an overreaction.
Escalated quickly.
Maybe you should chill.
Do it.
Do it now. Do it.
Hey, maybe he's the ultimate...
Lucky Bastard?
He's the ultimate lucky person. Ja, russisch Roulette. 5 Kugeln drin, eine nimmt er raus.
Nein, er lässt alle 6 drin. Und dann einfach nur durch Ladehemmung.
I shall have no take my own life.
Tiefer. Oh.
Noch tiefer.
War das gerade tiefer? Jetzt bist du wieder hochgerutscht.
I shall have to take my own life.
Go ahead, entertain me.
Er guckt mir
Make
echt
my
so.
day.
Do it. Okay, dann
I
mach
need
halt.
some laughter in my life.
I don't think that will be necessary, do you?
I have no problem with that. If I may just say one thing before I hop off at my head.
Oh, yes?
It was you, Sir Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry.
Accepted. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin. Then I heard, there it is.
You did!
And when I turned to control you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. So actually it's your fault.
Boah, der klang jetzt wirklich so BAM! Als würde er sich jetzt erschießen.
However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May the skill die with me.
No, stop, my dear fellow! The fault is mine!
Oh.
Oh, shit. Phew, I was bluffing.
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Where's the guitar coming from?
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition now, would you?
Disposition?
Disposition. Was hab ich gerade gesagt?
Das Potion.
This potion,
This potion, that potion, any potion.
any potion! Disposition, sorry.
I do believe you may be right, sir.
It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I didn't remind you of a peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh? Peculiar items?
Peculiar items? Yes. In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, I guess. The novels of Sherlock Holmes, or some such.
Oh my! A new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Forgive me.
Please put down the gun. Wait, before you die. You must tell me more.
You can shoot yourself, but tell me at first all that you know.
Oh my
Give me
God.
all the information you have.
Oh.
Wow, jeez. She's ice cold.
Ja, okay, erzähl uns.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Tell me.
Wow, Sister-San is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Just ask Iris.
Well, one day, the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see?
No, that's the flashback we need.
Oh, I should like to entrust this to you, to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a nothing more. I said fart.
It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I beg your pardon. A manuscript you wish to dispose. Deposit. A manuscript at the deposit.
Prejudice!
Damn it.
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Holmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this?
I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir. Of course. Stay safe and sound with me. I assure you, on my life, which will be ended right now.
This is all very strange.
You get used to it.
I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it.
I'm not giving away my clothes. I don't have any more.
Are you asking me to strip down?
Because I will do it for free.
What? Was?
What?
Was? Mine?
Exe mine? Mine? Exe mine?
Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry.
Apology accepted. Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my,
5 guineas, you say? No, Susato, don't strip down.
how interesting.
After the Susato takedown, it's a Susato strip.
Down.
Susato, take off your clothes.
Oh god.
How
Haben wir nicht hier irgendwie hier alternative Klamotten oder so? War da nicht irgendwie was?
Also nicht in dem Teil.
Yeah,
Das ist nicht.
Doof.
This is not the beach episode.
Oh.
Ah, damn it. Every good
Beaches
game needs a beach episode.
In Great Britain.
Das Ace
Aber
Attorney
write
hat
it
a
down.
beach episode?
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business.
Actually,
I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you're described. You praise their items and offer them a
Fortunate.
proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they will repay the original sum of me plus the accrued interest, their items are happily returned. Ta-da!
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
You keep the items.
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see. That's all. That's mine. It's mine now. As you
I
can
can't see
see,
anything on the shelves behind you because you are so fat and you're standing in front of them. I can't see shit.
that was just mean.
I know.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am. That's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me $200.
Okay, just give them money.
Very idea, Mr. Winniebank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually.
There's the man who was telling us that it was a good day to die only this morning. An
It
hour
was a good day
ago.
for you to die. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs.
Oh, what sort of measures?
I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winniebank has installed here in his shop.
Alarmanlage.
I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winniebank?
What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder?
Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling.
I can see what happens to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
Du hast dann also auch eine Dunkelkammer da hinten? Ah yes, a print from the camera is set to record the activity at the shop counter.
Bild von dem Hund.
Hmm?
Auf dem Tisch, aber so der Hund einfach so.
I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Ach, da der Hund.
Really? That's extraordinary.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look.
And the creepy doll. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
Aber nur, wenn er so eine halbe Stunde da ist.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Mm-hmm. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say that would be a case of you're fucked.
I must confess, the device has been giving me some cause for distress of late.
What fuck did you say, Mr. Winniebank? Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, 100 Film.
It's the curse of the film, sir. The most preciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for 100 utterly useless prints every single day.
Oh Gott.
I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
And that sounds like it's not my problem. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no?
A small price!
My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. You're right about that.
Oh, the heavens had passed over me.
They won't.
Now then, Mr. Jones, allow me to return your precious violin.
You mistook a red violin and a brown viola.
Love everything. Oh, thank you, Mr. Winniebank. I got tired of listening to your voice.
Perhaps this might mark the end of a peculiar item you try to pop him. Oh, is that that's to pop an item? Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this will be the only answer.
No, stop, don't.
There's no need. Go fuck yourself.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Probably you.
Probably me.
You're not.
Sorry?
It's a lighter. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
Click, 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 click. That's not really what I meant.
Good day to you then, Mr. Winniebank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Jones.
I will surely miss you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, let's look around.
Now that the fat guy is dead.
Let's steal.
Now we can
Everything.
explore at last.
Can we just pretend he actually died? Oh fuck, there he is! That's his ghost.
Hang on, I see a shovel.
Look at that enormous ledger upon... That's not what I was talking about, Susato. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there.
Mr. Winniebank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts.
He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. Where's the gun? This revolver here. Oh.
Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow.
Huh?
I assure you, Mr. Winniebank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder.
Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
But I wanted to see the shovel.
I just want to see that guy die.
The thinker.
What an assortment of things there on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker.
What does that really mean, though?
When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing.
Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping.
So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow.
My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit.
But you should wash it from time to time. You smell like feet. Komische braun-rote Kiste da. Runter. Lukas? Ja.
Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country?
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
That's what she said. Shall we listen a while?
What a sublime sound. Like the music of angels.
I've never heard anything like it before in my life. Eine Drehorgel?
This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. Look, this one has Megalovania on it.
Oh my goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
Oh, you have no idea.
What's this?
Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
Deine Daumenkilos abspielen. It seems to have two little windows for looking through.
Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope. Fascinating!
Even though you did not understand a single thing, I shall explain it. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm going to try it.
Booty.
Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once!
What, is it boobies?
Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose?
Kinda, yeah.
Dann wird das Bild 3D. What the? Ja, wird's. I don't believe it! It's just a photographic print, but it seems like it could reach out and touch it.
Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day when Emma Sky has been invented.
You just don't know
Science.
yourself.
Erster Schritt
Aww.
natürlich und zweitens na und?
I want to see it again. Can I look at it again? Oh. Ich will mir noch mal das Bild ansehen. Ja. Und ich will noch mal Master Booty sehen.
Werde ich.
Ja. Meine Güte, warum ist denn das so lang?
Kommt uns sie nicht ein bisschen bekannt vor sogar?
Hm,
Oder ist einfach nur so ein Allerweltsdesign?
bestimmt treffen wir sie noch in
Das
diesem
ist Clara
Fall.
aus Heidi. Bevor sie im Rollstuhl saß.
Nicht ohne Ding, oder? Ohne die Linsen. Na, sehr clever. Okay. Blip, 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 blip. Blip, 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 blip. Blip, blip, blip. Blip, 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 blip. For another day. Oh, okay. Dann nicht. Das heutige Datum.
Does anyone know what time it is?
That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern style page, a day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page of reveal the following day's date.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank.
And who was it who walked out here with the wrong bison before?
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeit, you see? So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
The door. Let me show you the door.
3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm?
Dear me, have you not seen that sign before?
No, never.
The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbrokery.
Uh-huh.
There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing this same sign.
Ah, I see.
I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound.
Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning?
That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant even.
You just don't know. Such ignorance. Huh. What's this?
Look at this! Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea. What is this?
Ah. There's a small catch just here, look.
Uh-huh. We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before.
What are you two doing?
Nothing! Us? Nah, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Opposite?
Right across the room.
What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a... Oh, sorry, that's you. Winnie Bank.
Also soll ich dann? Okay, gut. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more.
Is it her?
Sounds like there's an argument brewing over there by the counter. Come on, it can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I seen it all I needed to see, young girl.
It is her. Yes!
It's
her.
Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes! It's the young lady from Mr. McGillicud's trial 2 months ago.
Her name is Gina Lestred, my lord. She's a chandler. Earthseekers among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
I kind of missed voicing him.
Ah! Gordon Bennett, you lot!
Who scored?
Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. I'll blow your heads off.
Bill!
What? You don't remember me then, do you? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel... Sorry, coat, have you? This is about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it.
Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental grenade launcher.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes!
So you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winniebank on your behalf.
Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up day. Get out of my business. Go on and I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Fades out of existence.
Which you did? Stop calling things.
He's really done it. He's gone. He disappeared out of existence.
We live rent-free now.
I'm sorry, but I said there really is no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has on his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you! Go on! Leave me alone! I'm just browsing. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Usato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Ja, zeig dir
Ich liebe auch einfach diesen Cockney-Dialekt.
Would you have a look at that? That's strange. Where's my armband gone? Oh, you mean this? What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You're looking for this? Yes, but how? And when? And how again?
Sleight of hand check. Natural 20.
I got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving. That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what you want to tell me about it then? Nothing.
Give it back. I changed my mind. I'm sad now.
Bin nicht sicher, ob ich fertig war. Jetzt kann ich mir das nochmal angucken. Warum kann ich mir das nochmal angucken?
Guck dir den Denker nochmal an.
Sagt jetzt Madame noch was dazu, oder was?
Hoffentlich.
Look at Mr. Windyback watching okay, ich darf mir nicht mal angucken, deshalb. Mr. Windyback watching diligently over his shop.
Diligently.
And there are still so many things I'm curious about. I don't believe this is the time for browsing, Mr. Naruhodo. We should probably see whether that argument's been resolved yet, I suppose. Na gut.
Also, wir dürfen einfach nur nicht. Oh.
Okay. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Wer, wenn nicht sie?
Yeah, well, I am, right? I'm a Londoner just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong here. Sorry. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your cherry face. Your cherry chase.
Wer?
Well, I might have been.
Chevy Chase? Das klingt wie ein Schauspieler.
Cherry Chase.
And I want to kick out Chevy Chase because he's an asshole.
Ja,
Ja, genau der Typ, genau der Schauspieler.
I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know. How the best to answer, really? Yeah. Suppose. Sometimes.
Perhaps, maybe.
Always.
Could be happening right now.
You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. Now. The disc that Mr. Windybag is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about this.
Also jetzt mit ihm reden.
Oh, come on.
Ja.
Mr. Windybag, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
This is a music disc, you see, for use inside the music box.
In a music box?
It's a CD. Like CD's nuts.
Nuts!
Oh god.
Got him.
What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. Ta-da! You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays!
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Megalovania.
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that.
We need to put it in the music box.
There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss.
Also Rammstein.
I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, okay, I see. Naruhodo, ha!
And see what you did there. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady is forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies! He told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. This ain't right, that's all. That disc worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion.
I see.
And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time. I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today?
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry. What do you mean? Now explain to me again why this is...
Simple. Well, she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket, so... Mrs. Stroud has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obligated to return the article to her.
Obliged.
Yeah.
But what was the article?
Do tell us, Mr. Windybag.
Hallo, Datenschutz.
The little scam is wearing it, ma'am.
Code.
It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
I didn't need it in winter, but I do need it now in April. Oh.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all of this?
Oh, the disc is something else. A new article of porn. To porn. If the girl and I can agree a price.
This is not interesting at all. Why are we talking about this? I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Stroud brought in a storage ticket today. Das Spiel fühlt sich sehr hart danach an, von wegen so die ersten 3 Teile Phoenix Wright, bis auf das DLC, sind so die ersten 3 Teile Herr der Ringe. Und jetzt ist der Hobbit. Zu viel Geld, zu viel Platz.
So ein bisschen, ja.
Müsste alles überhaupt nicht drin sein. Aber die dachten sich halt so, ja, wir haben den Platz, ne? Wir müssen uns nicht mehr an...
Wir müssen ja noch so Sachen aus der Vergangenheit zeigen und was halt so in Britannien generell los war. So ein bisschen Kultur und Historik.
All das Zeugs, was halt
Außerdem
nicht...
ist es Worldbuilding.
Ja. Was Dinge, die man machen kann, weil man nicht an irgendwelche Limitierungen gebunden ist. Und sich denkt, ach, wir haben ja noch 1 Gigabyte freie dann. Ja.
It's really quite simple.
Simple and clean.
Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
This heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little Ragamuffin?
Wo stelle ich mir gerade so ein Reggae-Muffin vor? Einfach so ein Muffin mit Rasterlocken.
Put the thing on. She went riffling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady?
I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it. For a high price, well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Oh, give it up, I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Mr. Stroud, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me? It doesn't really appear to be your size. It fits perfectly, what are you talking about?
We...
What?
Me old man,
also,
mein alter Herr.
Me old man, it's me old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Is it really? Yes, it's definitely all rather suspicious. Get off my back! have no idea. Out of my way, please! This is... Oh.
Wait, who's voicing him?
Crimson.
Scheiße. Out of my way, please.
Who is this picture postcard English gentleman?
My name is Yoshikage Kira.
Okay, also laut der Liste, Chiara, wäre dein Patient, aber...
Good day to you, ladies, gentle beauties.
What's your
Bist du
problem?
mit dem Judge verwandt oder so?
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem. As long as you remove yourself, I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor.
Huh.
And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Huh? Who are you? How do you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean from you?
A broker!
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Well, what was it then? Can you tell?
I don't know.
Oh my.
I don't care.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? This isn't even your size.
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say...
Oh.
He is a fucking
He's a
JoJo.
fucking JoJo villain. Any music box discs too.
What? No, you can't have it. It just can't. It's my old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation.
Unangenehm.
Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail.
Let's have a trial, right here, right now.
Put the offer out.
Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What you think? It's all lies, said it obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
It turned out, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? The ticket you brought in there just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets.
We shouldn't be looking like money then. Yet again.
Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style.
Aber dann bist du aber auch sehr unvorsichtig, wenn du weißt, du rennst so rum, es sind Taschendiebe unterwegs. Warum lässt du dich dann auch einfach so beklauen, du Vollidiot? Achtest du nicht auf dein Zeug?
Shut up! This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these black slum scoundrels.
Ich meine, kein Victim Blaming, aber...
Einfach so, haben wir so einen Klebezettel? Ja, Herr, Moment, mit dem Stift so, aha. Einfach einfach so zack abgeschnitten.
Einfach hinten auf seinen Rücken schreiben, please rob me.
Ja.
$10,000 for free.
Oh Gott. Strike a pose.
Takarazuka.
Then relinquish my overcoat.
Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? What's that? Just look at this Danny Cove and you think I'm the dodgy one?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, I'm a lawyer and I believe in my clients and, well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
You can't prove a negative. Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
You what, mate?
You Wobbe? Weil der Typ halt, ne, mit diesen Posen, ne, ist halt so wie so ein Jojo-Charakter. Wenn er jetzt auch noch diese zusätzlichen Striche da im Gesicht hätte, das ist ja so am Auge oder so.
Ja, also das ist
halt
wirklich
perfekt.
ja. Alter, das war 100% Yoshikage Kira.
Ja.
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course. We need only consult Mr. Windbag's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Mir ist nicht Datenschutz. Oh?
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
Aber wie weißt du dann, wer was
Da
gefändet
gelassen
hat? Ja. Bist du dumm?
But why not?
Well, no, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider.
Ja, manche sind reich, andere sind Taschendiebe, das sind schon Umstände. Ja.
Aber trotzdem musst du wissen, die Namen, um zu sagen, ja okay, der hat was abgegeben, der hat was verpfändet, okay, der will es wieder haben, Name, alles klar. Das ist... Kein Wunder, dass du pleite gehst. Voll Idiot.
I create many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Ja, aber...
Yes, I see. Dann gibt ihr noch einen Fake-Namen und dann schreibt ihr aber trotzdem, also ne?
Ja, das ist so...
Einfach so, willkommen,
John Smith, alles klar, Mr. Smith.
Ich toaste den an, 12.000 Sachen von John Smith. 1, 2, 3, ich war einen Namen dran, okay? Zahl dran. But then how
John
can you...
Smith 93,
Ja.
John Smith XX unterstrich John Smith unterstrich XX.
Unterstrich Pussy Slayer 69.
Jawohl.
But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Ta-da! It is quite simple.
I have very good face recognition.
Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword
Oh,
associated
Passwort.
with the article in question?
Ein Passwort. Of course, it's
Swordfish.
Professor.
Professor Layton?
Close enough.
Yes, that's right, and all the evidence we need.
Objection hearsay.
Ja, das ist also.
Vor allem,
Er könnte jetzt irgendwas gesagt haben, so, ja, passt zu.
vor allem, warum hast
Er könnte auch
du...
mitgehört haben.
Warum hat er ihr dann den
Ja.
Mantel gegeben? Ohne das Passwort?
Ja, eben.
I see holes in your plot.
This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without a doubt.
A watchword, interesting.
So dumb.
So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybagging.
As I just explained,
Yes.
I never ask customers' name when they deposit items with me.
Warum müssen mir denn immer alles dreimal erklärt werden? Es ist zwar...
Getting Danganronpa vibes, kinda.
There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
It wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
private detectives have no dark secrets, not at all.
Nein.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit,
Scheißwort.
a description, and the watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer.
Aber warum hast du ihr den Mantel schon gegeben?
When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
So, and if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. Did she then?
That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct confirmation, sir.
Oh, but ow!
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt.
Objection.
Dieses System ist so dumm einfach.
Ja.
Eigentlich funktioniert aber irgendwie, wenn jetzt hier dieser Disput entstehen kann, dann hat auch Mr. Winniebanks einen Fehler gemacht.
Ja.
Also,
Oder unser Arschloch hier hat mitgehört,
Ja.
als sie es eingelagert
ja,
hat damals.
deswegen. Es ist halt einfach so, nicht irgendwie wie so ein, oh Gott, wie heißt diese Art Buch, wo man halt so Namen reinschreibt irgendwie? Nicht Logbuch,
Ein Gästebuch oder was?
Ja, wie so ein Gästebuch, einfach so, wo da geschrieben wird, ja, hier, Tag, dem und dem, Herr oder Frau,
Ja,
das und das,
der muss einfach nur das
hat
Buch
das und das
geklaut haben.
abgegeben, dann hier, zack, Unterschrift und alles. Und selbst wenn die halt nicht den Namen geben wollen,
Dann halt eine
dann nimmst du halt einen
Kundennummer.
Fake-Namen.
Ja, dann ein Fake-Name oder eine Kundennummer.
Ja, und dann kannst du halt trotzdem noch das Passwort oder so mit dazugeben.
Und sie hat das Passwort ja offensichtlich auch genannt, also.
Ja, weil sie hat den Mantel.
Eben.
Alter,
Und
da
wenn
musst
du
doch
dich nicht
mitkriegen, dass dieses System scheiße ist.
Und wenn du dich nicht erinnern kannst, ob es ein großer, blonder Typ oder ein junges Mädel war, der dann den Mantel abgegeben hat, dann hast du ein Problem.
Ich meine, wenn er jeden Tag mehrere 100 Items reinkriegt oder rausgibt, dann kann man sich das tatsächlich teilweise nicht merken, wer jetzt was rein und rausgebracht hat.
Ja, wirkt mir jetzt aber nicht so wirklich, als ob er haufenweise Sachen
Mhm.
verkauft und irgendwie alles. Also, weiß ich nicht. Und die Sachen, die hier schon alle rumliegen, die sind wahrscheinlich länger her als 2 Monate.
Ja, die hier.
Und daher braucht man sich nicht mehr an die Gesichter und Namen erinnern, von denen, die das weggelassen haben. Also, sehr schwaches System, was da hier sich
Sehr schwacher Fall gerade.
Ja.
And you, good sir. Ist hier gerade bei einem Logik? Bei dem Dude, der vergisst, seine Pistole nachzuladen?
Nein, weil wir versuchen gerade Logik zu finden im Spiel, was keiner Logik folgt. außer einer konstruierten.
Ein Spiel, das mir versucht weiszumachen, dass oh mein Gott, sie hat sich gebückt, der große Aufhänger ist. Und nicht, oh mein Gott, die Klinge ist ja kaputt gegangen. Das nennt sich Bullet Cheat. Excuse me, but who are you? Give me your name.
One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. I am Naruto.
Ah, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place.
Ich habe eine Frage. Ja, Moment, ich habe noch eine Frage. What's up with him?
Alter, dieser Takarazuka-Move.
He's a JoJo character. He has to do this.
Alter, gab's damals in England und die Zeit gab's damals schon JoJos?
Yes. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices.
What?
Did you spice?
What?
Grad
What?
vorgelesen.
What is this sentence?
Das ist-
Die Bewohner leben auf einem feurigen, braun gefärbten Suppe.
Von einer feurigen, braun gefärbten Suppe, die sie
Ach so.
mit exotischen Gewürzen aufpeppen.
Ach so, okay.
Dachtest du dressed up with, dass sie sich Gewürze anziehen?
Ja, ich war sehr verwirrt. Und warum sollten sie auf Suppe leben? Weil ich dachte, to live on some island, to live on some soup und nicht die sich davon ernähren.
Na doch.
Okay. Dann macht
Also
das
you're
Sinn.
living on a prayer.
Okay.
I hope we're halfway there.
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation just now?
Zu meiner
Also,
Frage, Ryunosuke, trägt er eigentlich sein Schwert die ganze Zeit mit dabei oder nur wenn er im Gerichtssaal ist?
Ich hoffe jetzt auch.
Weil wenn er die ganze Zeit mit dem Schwert rumrennt, dann sollte der Typ eigentlich aufpassen, dass er nicht so eine große Fresse hat eigentlich. Weil so, ey Keule, ich hab ein Schwert, du hast einen scheiß Stock.
Pass auf, am Ende heißt der Typ einfach Zeppeli mit Nachnamen. Weil den Hut
Oh Gott.
Der Hut ist ein sehr starker Hemd. Und er hat auch noch so einen scheiß Gehstock dabei, der garantiert auch mit dem er umgehen kann.
Ja, aber er ist so ein versteckter Degen.
Oder er beherrscht Harmon.
Der Typ ist ich mag den jetzt schon nicht, ey.
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another.
Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Sasatomi Kotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
Naruhodo.
So, and you are?
My name is Benedict. Yes, ex-Benedict.
Oh my God.
British name can't pronounce.
Ja.
Ex-Benedict.
I'm calling you Eggman.
Enchanté.
Gesundheit.
You're so refined at how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious.
Now to the matter at hand.
Es sind einfach Zuckermus!
Das ist herrlich. Das ist herrlich. Das ist einfach, oh mein Gott.
Ich mag den Typen überhaupt nicht, aber
Die Moves!
Seine scheiß Jojo-Moves.
Alter.
My overcoat, return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
Ja, ist ja schon quasi confirmed, dass Araki halt ein Vampir ist, ne? Der hat damals schon Jojo geschrieben und er ist ein Fan davon.
Every move he makes, every...
Yep.
Every move he makes,
Same.
every breath he takes. I just can't stand watching him.
What the fuck's up with that?
What the fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that?
Oh, uff. Das sieht hässlich aus, das passt nicht.
Oh Gott.
Das passt nicht zusammen, Junge.
Wahrscheinlich passt ihm der Anzug.
Ja, aber Gina hat dann so auch gepasst. Also,
Wir werden ja sehen, wo es am Ende hinführt.
ja, am Ende werden wir so Deduction irgendwie Gedönse haben und alles. Das.
Oh nein, der war...
Ja,
Ist
dann
doch
werden wir
immer so im
erstmal
ersten
Herlock's
Merken.
Bullshit anhören und dann müssen wir das richtig stellen und dann, hey,
Aha.
Ex-Benedict, aus dem mache ich jetzt Ex-Benedict.
Hey.
So let there be an end to the matter. Ta-da! And thank you for your custom, Eggman Benedict, sir.
Vor allem Winniebank Posing, der einfach nur so, tada, ich hab auch eine Jojo-Poster. Hier, einfach so macht man das.
Der ist so richtig hart am Shakern, ey.
Ja, das ist der Shaker-Hamster.
Oh Gott.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
Yada yada does it.
Ja, sie ist halt Jotaro.
Ja.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
But of course, sir, here is the disc.
Just this one? Just this one hammer?
Pardon, sir?
Oh, it doesn't matter, it was a reference.
I don't get it.
I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another.
Another disc?
Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
Oh
So,
Gott, ich seh's gerade.
Gatling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it.
So you know something. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Yoink!
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Oh my, yes! There's blood on the disc. There's all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. He's wearing gloves! I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it? Oh, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep all of it. Mr. Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Okay.
You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't! He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. I'm a grown-up. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? In Great Ace Attorney, resolve!
Oder einfach knack übers Knie brechen. Oh, well, nobody gets to this. Would you look at that?
Sorry, what?
Just leave.
Holmes! Was sagst du dazu? It's crowded in here. Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest there?
Boobies.
As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Oh no.
Oh boy.
So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry.
After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinket in this desolate place.
English, please.
Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel.
Hast du währenddessen bei Willy Wonka?
Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you?
Did somebody say despair?
No, shut the fuck up, leave! This is not your franchise.
Oh, alright. Bye.
I was so lonely, so desperately lonely.
Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. We need your... No, we don't need your... But...
You need my help!
No.
Yes, so I overheard much of your conversation.
Never thought I would say that, but I need your... I need your...
Oh my god, this is going to be much harder than I thought.
Don't you mean... do you mean I should help you? Yeah, that one.
Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered.
You really were sad, weren't you?
Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again.
Not. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for?
2 pence. It seems Mr. Sholmes had another of his flashes of inspiration, at least.
Also für wie viel könnte er seine Ermittlungsskills verpfänden? Der müsste noch Geld draufzahlen.
But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction. Leave it. Leave it! Let's do it.
And this is the final chapter.
Uh-huh.
Off to a great start.
Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
The fuck?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not an hour later. Not an hour later.
You sent me away.
Harsh.
This guy.
Who, pray tell, are you?
Please.
Come on, Sholmes. Start posing too.
Yeah.
It's a pose off. Come on, pose off.
Mr. Dr. Eggman. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person.
Mein Passwort war ja Professor.
Yeah.
So he's not Dr. Eggman, he's Professor Eggman.
Nobody cares, it isn't funny.
Okay, fine.
Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. The fuck did you just say? Es ist so, wie man einfach so austauschen kann. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How?
He just turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. Word.
Man.
It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Once again?
After several months, once again he has made one. Just who do you think you are, sir?
Strike a pose. This is your opportunity. Go.
Ah, yes, as I hoped.
There we are.
That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin?
Yes.
The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Spectacular, spectacular. The words of a vernacular. Can't describe this great event. You'll be done with wonderment. Mystery Man's Aim.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street.
But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer.
No, what? Why would you even think that?
The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ.
You thought you could get a new staff. You know, as a, you know, the thing you're holding.
The cane,
Cane,
yes.
yes.
In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions.
Okay.
It's the AG. Who the fuck is AG? The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction.
Please say the initials.
What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is of course missing ferrule.
What is wrong with you, Sholmes?
The end of any walking cane could be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all.
It's a gavel.
You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod.
Yes?
Is the broken handle of a shovel.
Yes.
What? Are you insane?
Bist du dumm?
And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises.
Wie viel Lack hast du gesoffen?
Yes. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
Der hat nicht nur Lack gesoffen, der hat zum Nachspiel auch noch Aceton gesoffen.
Total underneath the pawnbrokery.
On to my next statement.
Oh Gott, that's more bullshit.
Oh no.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken saw, a shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there?
Ich könnte mir auch so gut vorstellen, dass er... Ja, posten ist, dass er von dem Bullshit, was Sherlock so aus die Schnauze voll denkt, so, okay, you know what, I give up, here, take this coat, take the disc, I can't take this shit anymore, good day.
Mr. Winniebanks, hand me that gun so I can shoot myself. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, you say. Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor.
No.
The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
No, it was the gun. I wanted to end it all.
Yeah. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the Great Vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir,
It's all complete bullshit.
you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what the fuck you are talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please.
Films, no, you just... No. No.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this
Bullshittery.
pawn-broking puzzle.
How can you call yourself even a detective?
Mr. Sholmes.
What the fuck you doing?
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree?
Is it true that you said about the bank of the road and what it has in the vault?
Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets, and you just released it to the public. Rexon told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact.
Ah,
And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it?
there can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal.
That's so he knows all the secrets. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he's a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh,
Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windyback will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all.
Oh, my life! I assure you, I am not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson.
Just shut up.
Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. Don't be like me.
Wenn man keine Ahnung hat.
Einfach mal die Klappe halten.
One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out.
Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes.
An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Fix his mistakes. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape.
Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning.
Once more into the breaches.
Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Hold it, you idiot.
Hold it, you stupid fuck.
La 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 la, bitte, bitte, bitte. So, warum war er hier? Aber warum hat er das überhaupt in der Hand? Auf der Rückseite. With your hole in your hand. Yes, that's what brought you to the show in the first place. Nonsense. So, by Mrs. Sharp's reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor?
Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he?
No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time?
His ego.
Aw, cute little drawing.
Oh,
Sogar wie sie aussieht.
look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here.
I don't believe it.
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel ragged. There's a detailed description of Mrs. Lestrade.
Goodness.
Even a sketch of her, head and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
And look, the details of this shop has been written down here too. Windybags Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April.
Where does today's date? Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Let's take that.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade.
Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. Oh.
You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you.
But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie.
It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat.
So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot? I've had this cane for years. Contradiction of which I speak is, of course,
No, it's not. Shut up.
missing ferrule.
What's a ferrule?
It's the metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement.
Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right, it appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Maybe it's, that initial.
Yep. These initials.
Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes, those must be the initials, I think.
Initials.
In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with their first letters of their names.
So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean?
That's right. And the initials on this cane,
Obviously, AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Es ist auch das Schlimme, in der Investigations-Reihe gibt es nochmal so eine Diskussion über Initialen.
Oh, schön. Also, Exterior, wie heißt es nochmal? Extraterrestrial rights and initials getting recycled.
Vermutlich.
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing.
A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. X Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in the most possessive manner you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't...
You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you've just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park.
In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. And you've ripped something, and it was not your underwear. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see.
Let's consider the bare bones of what is happening here. Mrs. Strahd redeemed a fine-looking overcoat.
and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. It's too small for him, it ripped.
Der Ärmel. Wow.
Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look. Oh, so it is.
Do you know a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said? I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of his seam ripping open.
Ich hatte schon gehofft, dass es diese verdammten Waschbären sind.
If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretching to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
I'd like to see.
Sorry.
Oh, so
How can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Biete ihn doch einfach durch die Gegend.
Ja, bitte. Dann ist die Jacke auf jeden Fall kaputt.
Mhm.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see?
Oh. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit.
Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart.
My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Oh. This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windybank. No! What really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed.
Conclusion. To abscoren with the redeemed item. Oh, let's fix this up. Ooh.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. Or we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a ruse to fetch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details, n'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another.
Look in the freaking book.
The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yeah, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting, but stupid nonetheless. Anyways, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword.
Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windybank would never allow you to redeem the article.
Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow?
Yes, because it's in the book.
Or whatever. The
Und er
notelet?
könnte ja irgendwie auch an die Kamera gekommen sein, als es damals aufgeschrieben wurde.
Hund! Oh, ich kann mir den Hund nicht angucken.
Oh nö.
Shame.
Also nochmal das Book.
Nee, das Buch kann ich mir nicht angucken.
Oh,
Aber das
Notelet.
Notelet.
Schauen wir mal hier.
Was das? Look at this, Mr. Soto.
Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windybank has scribbled to himself.
Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Really? Wow. Mr. Windybank must make a note of the watchword his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Kidding.
Take that!
It's all too easy.
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker.
But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages.
What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade.
In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windyback.
When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice,
You observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger.
and that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence.
The bullshit.
You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
Yeah, the articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets.
Which, according to Mr. Windyback, isn't even worth a penny.
And yet, this man went to such length to steal them. Why?
I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo.
Would we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Well, there is only one. You know what's on the disc?
Take that!
Nicht?
What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion?
What? Oh, well, I suppose to be logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show.
This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage.
Oh, sorry. You're a penalty? You're giving me a penalty? So this man has used some fairly high-handed measures to try to get his hands on the overcoat and the disc.
He certainly doesn't want either for their monetary value, though. Still, they must be of value somehow to someone.
This is the last piece of the puzzle. Yeah, okay, I see. People, I guess then. Renew scene? What do you mean? Renew scene? Review scene, achso. Ach so, ich kann mir das angucken und dann kann ich mir trotzdem noch was anderes aussuchen. Ich muss das jetzt nicht präsenten. Oder was?
Sieht so aus.
Weil ich kann ja auch nicht zu den Leuten switchen.
Du kannst uns das nochmal...
Ach ja, ich kann mir nochmal angucken.
There is blood on it.
Aber das ist ja von Madame.
Soll von ihm kommen, oder von ihr, ja.
Look at all the little bumps in the disc. They're so tiny.
Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood.
Yeah, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict, who wears gloves, so there should not be any blood on it. But well, okay, never mind.
When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems.
Through the gloves.
Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger.
Ah, just thinking about it hurts. And puts me off eating radish.
Put it on the back. Oh.
What's this?
For McGilded.
Eee.
Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse.
There's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc, look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. for McGilded.
McGilded? It couldn't be.
But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget, as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this?
Soll ich jetzt nochmal? Darf ich jetzt nochmal präsenten?
Yes.
Now it's okay to present.
I'll go back.
Keine Lust, dass der mich nochmal punisht.
Als ob du das nicht wollen würdest.
Not outside the bedroom. Okay, let's take this.
Take that!
Geht doch. Aber es geht ja nicht, weil wir das vorher nicht wussten.
You see, this music box tells us what we need to know.
What's that on the back? It reads for unit. Oh. Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate?
Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. I doubt that he was also rather wide.
Yeah. Oh. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. X Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today
was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded.
Oh.
Conclusion: to acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Deduction complete. Elementary.
Bitching. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not the name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windyback told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not?
Oh, fun. Ich darf auch mal wieder. Ja, Mensch.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today.
Would have been 15 February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m. I see.
10:30 in der Nacht.
Okay, wie lange hat dein Laden auf? What? But that suggests...
Vielleicht lebt er hier.
Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place.
Sorry, it's his... anyways.
And at 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Did someone say coincidence? You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However...
I'm going now, bye, what?
Excuse you? Insist you hand over the music box disc now.
Someone is a loser.
I mean... That's more threatening than some taser, right?
Von Kammer, ich spüre hier Sachen.
Mr. Benedict, können Sie vielleicht selber mal reingucken, ob da überhaupt eine Kugel drin ist? Ich glaube, die sieht mir ziemlich leer aus.
Hallo, die Axt.
It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box.
What do I do? Yeet it. I have an option?
Absolutely not.
Well,
Don't come with a gun to a sword fight.
which is the jackass way? Give it to him or don't?
to give you the disc. I can give you my sword if you prefer that.
We have learned from Phoenix's mistakes?
Have we not?
Ist das der Revolver, der auf dem Tisch lag? Weil dann hat er ja nur eine Kugel.
Ja, wir haben eine 1:6 Chance, dass wir draufgehen. Also, die Chancen sind für uns.
Let's go.
Nope. There are some things a man must protect at all costs.
His virginity.
This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Oh, er hat auch eine. Oh. Mr. Windyback.
A British Showdown. Nice.
Showdown.
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that's where to happen.
Jetzt hält er sich die selbst an den Kopf, oder?
Natürlich.
Nein!
I should have to take my own life.
Thanks for nothing, Gramps. Mr. Windyback, no!
Ist doch halt auch wieder ist diese so ein Meme hier sehen. Geld her oder ich schieße. Nicht, wenn ich mich zuerst erschieße. Aha, 2 Leute können das Spiel spielen. Das ist so dumm.
Alright, that's enough.
Ich glaube, das sagt jemand anderes. Ah, hello.
Und noch ein Reinsprecher.
Gut.
Deine Stimme.
Gregson, hey!
Inspector Gregson.
Inspector.
That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised. And one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh?
Oh, praise me! You hear last. I was motivated from fulfilling my own life in my very own establishment.
That's not the issue here.
Das ist bestimmt angenehm.
Ich bin eine Statue.
It would seem you have the high ground.
Yes. Ah,
Natürlich hat er wieder seine Pommes dabei.
Und hoffenweise Essig.
Ja, und dieselbe Zeitung natürlich.
aber vor Februar die Zeitung.
Ja, die ist von vor 2 Monaten.
Ja, eben, ne? Da benutzt immer dieselbe Zeitung. Der trocknet die.
Ja, das ist genau die magische Zeitung, aus der die unendlichen Fish and Chips rauskommen.
Ja, true, macht Sinn.
Ja.
Right. You lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some pretty angry baggery.
Pity?
Petty Argy Bargy.
Was?
Da stand Petty Argy Bargy.
Oh.
Mr. Windybank very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, I know this. But he's own gun as far as I can tell. Yada yada yada. He's an idiot.
Oh dear. Oh, bother.
And the whole of Riven could meet with its ended. And if I don't get to the bottom of this case that I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is the case, Inspector?
Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much.
Thanks, I'm
No
sure.
matter. It's nothing to do with you lot.
Yet.
Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Boy! He's getting away!
Kill him!
Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat, Officer 2! Ah! Well, he's gone. Good job.
Well, shit. There's been a spate of theft and pawn shops around here recently. So we've fitted emergency buttons underneath their counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. No bother, Inspector. I was very worried for a while, very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning.
Oh, yes.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Mr. McGilda down to the yard. Thank you very much. So, hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course. What? No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
Fine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belongs to Mr. McGilda has to be taken in an evidence now.
As evidence.
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
And so we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued? To be continued! Hey, we did it!
Ah, hey Mensch, das war ja...
That took 2.5 hours.
Das war eine reine Jojo-Episode.
Ja, und nicht mal eine gute.
Na, weil Windy Bank nicht richtig posen kann.
Ja, ja.
Da kann man dieses Tada!
Immerhin.
China kann wenigstens noch, ja, der sehen.
Ja.
Und Benedikt einfach pure Jojo-Overload.
He's pure Jojo. Der hat das mit der Muttermilch aufgesogen.
Mhm.
So. I have saved my game, yes. Let's go. Twice, actually. Ei. So, dann haben wir es fortgeschafft, würde ich sagen.
Yay!
Wir sind geschafft.
Wir sind geschafft.
Das auch.
So, wer ist noch da? Die spielt noch Martha is Dead. Also, wer möchte ein bisschen Depression und so haben? Und Trigger Warnings? Let's go.
Got my own.
Oder wir gehen zu Ivy, die spielt Franbo.
Also auch ein bisschen depressing und...
Also wollt ihr depressed oder...
Depressed.
Super depressed!
Choose your depression. Fight.
Wait. Ich schicke euch zur Nini rüber. So, dann bedanke ich mich fürs Mitmachen.
Ja,
gerne.
Das nächste Mal gerne ohne die Schläger.
Sind wir? Ja, boah, vielleicht mal gucken.
Und Dankeschön fürs Zusehen. Ich wünsche euch eine wunderschöne gute Nacht. Bis dann.
Jetzt kannst du sagen, gute Nacht.
Ja, jetzt ist wirklich.
Mach's gut, Freunde.
Ciao, ciao. Beenden. Exit Game. Yes. Bye, bye.
So, ihr lieben Kinderlein, es ist schon spät. Doch bevor es für euch ins Bettchen geht, ratet mal, wer da vor eurem Fenster steht. Draußen im Dunkeln, wo ihr ihn nicht seht, just sobald ihr eure Äugelein zugemacht, es ist glatzmatz, glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Glatzmatz, glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Schließt schnell die Äugelein, dann kommt er sogleich. Spitzt eure Ohren, lauscht jedem Geräusch, dann hört ihr ihn atmen, vielleicht auch ein Schaben, fast lautlos das Kratzen an dem Fensterrahmen, das kommt von der Harke, die er mitgebracht. Es ist Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Jetzt alle Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie